You might use this AI image generating application like this in your mobile, which making more than thousands of dollars every month. And today we are going to build a similar application with the help of React Native and AI. Hey there and welcome back to Guruji channel. And today we are going to build React Native AI based full stack application called Imagine AI. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Now here we have this landing screen, simple and clean. On this one you will see this button to continue, and once you click on this one, with the help of clerk authentication we added a Google authentication inside our application. Now just select the account and then you will land on dashboard once you successful sign in. On the top section you will see the user's credit, how many credits are left to generate these AI images. Now obviously we're gonna integrate or learn how can we maintain this. Then you will see this profile image, the banner, and the most important different features available inside this application. You have option to upscale the image, remove the background, or convert the text to image, or generate the mockup or fine-tune images. Below that you will see this avatar section, and this is a horizontal scrollable. So you're gonna learn how can we add the flat list and make this list horizontal scrollable. Then we have this different style option to generate different styles of images. Below that you will see the user created AI images. How cool, right? Obviously you can you have option to open and download the images as well. Now let's take an example. So let's go to this text to image and you will jump on this text to image prompt. Here you can enter anything. Let's add waterfall landscape and simply click generate. Now it will generate your images. We're gonna learn how can we write an API inside the React Native application itself. And boom, how quickly it generates the AI image for us. You will see this beautiful AI image along with the prompt which you entered, and you have option to download or share as well. Now once you click on download, it will download your application. You have option to give access to the library so that it will download this image to the library. You're gonna learn how can we get access or request for the permission as well. And once it downloaded, you will see inside your media file. Now this is just a single example, but you have option to upscale the image where you can upload the image directly from your library. Not only that, but you have option to generate the different avatar as well. Now in order to generate the avatar, you just need to upload the image, then just select the image, and then once the image is selected, you will see the preview of this image and click generate. Within a couple of seconds, it will generate the beautiful avatar, and boom, it generated this cyberpunk kind of avatar for you, and it looks so beautiful and so clean. Now you have again have option to download it, and then once it download, it is available inside your media or photo section. In a similar way, you can generate different styles of image. Just go here, enter the prompt, and it will generate the similar kind of style which you selected. Now once the you generated this image, you will see the credits will get updated. Not only that, if you go to this collection section, you will see all the images which you just generated. Now these are all the images which you generated, okay? And inside the profile section, you will see have some option to generate AI image. You will see the my collection, or you have option to buy more credits. And all of this we're gonna learn and build it completely from the scratch. All the application content we are going to maintain through the Strapi, where you will learn how can we create the collection and add the AI models. You can maintain the user list, and not only that, you can also use to save all generated images as well. Now to build this application, we are going to use a React Native which help us to build iOS and Android application with the same code base. Also with the help of Expo, it's quite easy to build any React Native application, and which also help us to deploy our application as well. Then for authentication, I'm going to use my favorite clerk authentication, which is free to use and very easy to integrate with any React Native or web application as well. Now for the database, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL, which we are going to connect to the Strapi backend. Strapi recently released a Strapi 5 latest version, which is quite easy and beautiful. And this is gonna be our admin panel, and which we are going to connect with the Neon database, which is completely free. Then we are going to use a replicate.com to get an AI APIs for our application, and everything we're gonna learn completely from the scratch. Now guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. If you want to join the TubeGuruji Pro family, you can just go to this tubeguruji.com, where you will get an exclusive access to my courses. Not only that, but you can access a free source code, and you will also have personal dashboard where you can track each chapter by chapter all the contents as well. Now in order to join this TubeGuruji, go to this tubeguruji.com, go to the TubeGuruji Pro, and where you can join it monthly membership as well to get all of the access of the source code, the courses completely for free. Now guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop React Native AI based Imagine AI application. In order to create a React Native application, we are going to use an Expo. Expo is one of the best build tool to develop the React Native application. If you are a beginner or you are new to the React Native, then I will definitely suggest you to go with this Expo build tool. It will take care of your development, review, testing, deployment, and lot of other things. And most important thing, you don't need to do any configuration. Expo is taking care of everything. All the native features which is using React Native CLI is also available for the Expo. So first thing, let's go to this expo.dev and simply go to the documents. Inside here, you need to copy this command line in order to create the React Native Expo application. So copy this command, go to your project or folder where you want to create this, and open a terminal at that folder. Then simply paste this command and click enter. Now it will ask you the name of your project. So here we'll give AI image gen app. Okay, gen nothing but generation app, and click enter. Then it will install all the dependencies or all the dev or dependency, everything it will install for you. So we'll wait, and if you see, your project is now ready. Now obviously with this Expo you can run our Android application, iOS application, or web application as well. Now open a VS Code and open a folder, the project which you just created. So in my case it is in the documents, projects, and inside the React Native I have this AI image gen app. Now say yes, I trust the author, and if you see on the left hand side there are some files and folder which is get created. Let's walk through the each folders and files, and then we'll see how to run this application. The first and very important which is app folder. Now React Native recently updated this Expo routing functionality, which we are going to use in this application, which help us to create a route based on your folder structure. So right now there are a lot of files and folder get created, okay, which is kind of example application which with all the files and all. We don't want this one and everything, we are going to design from scratch. Okay, so for that one, just go to the terminal, click new terminal, and just run a command called npm run reset project. Okay, now this command is already inside this packet.json file. See, okay, so this command you need to run it, and boom, if you see now project is now from, it will start from the scratch, and we have this app-example folder which is, we can actually delete this one because we don't want it. Then you can also delete this component folder, and we also don't want this hook folder, we will delete it. If you want, we can create later on. Inside the constant we have only color.ts, we can keep as it is. Okay, now this app folder is one of the main important folder, because all our pages screen we are going to write inside this app folder. Okay, inside this currently we have index.tsx file, which is the default page of our application. Now once we run the application, you will get to know. Then we have this underscore layout.tsx file, which hold the layout of your application, which is nothing but a root layout. Okay, then after that we have assets folder, in which we have the fonts, images. So whatever images or font we have, we can keep inside this assets folder. Then inside the constant folder you can keep the constant, and now it's up to you how you want to organize your folder structure. Okay, in the script file we have reset project. Obviously at the starting, right, we just run this command called reset project, and this actually run the script which just start our application from the scratch. Then we have app.json file, which contain the name of your application, the slug version, the icon of our logo of your application, along with the splash screen and the configuration for the Android, web, iOS app and everything. Okay, so if you want to add the package name for your Android application, you can add it here. Obviously at the end of the course we are going to deploy this application. That time you will get to know how to generate the APK file or IPA file to publish your application on Play Store or App Store. Then we have this package.json, which contain the name of your application along with the version, the script to run your application on different environment. Then we have some dependency which is installed for this application. Now if you see, for this project we have this Expo, constant, linking, router and lot of other dependencies installed, along with some dev dependency as well. Now in order to run this project you have two options. One, you can run it on your actual device, okay, or you can run it on the emulator as well. Now in order to run this on an actual device, just search on Google Expo Go application. Now this Expo Go application is available for Android and iOS as well, so you can go ahead and install it on your actual device. Okay, make sure you will be on the same network which your laptop or your device is connected, okay, so that you can see your application running on your mobile device as well. Okay, or the another method that you can run it on the emulator. So in order to run it on an emulator, or in this case we are going to use an Android emulator, so make sure to install the Android Studio first. This is very important. Okay, once you install the Android Studio, you will see this screen. Okay, then you have to click on this three dot and click on this SDK manager. Now in this SDK manager, make sure at least one API is installed. So in my case the Android API 34 is installed. Then inside the SDK tool, make sure to install this Android SDK along with this NDK, Android emulator and Android SDK platform tool as well. Okay, and then in SDK update side, I think everything is selected, and once all of these things installed, make sure to apply it and click OK. So it will download all the dependency or SDK for you. Then again go to this three dot and click on virtual device manager. Over here you need to create a new device. Click on this create device, and here you can select the device which you want to create. Now make sure to select the device which has this Play Store icon. Okay, it means it has a Play service available for that particular device. Now I will select the one, then click next. Then here you can select the any OS operating system version you want. I will select this Tiramisu and click next. Here you can have option to see the, or you have, I think you have option to select the internal storage, SD card and all other things. I will keep as it is and simply click finish, and here you will see your device name. Okay, cool, right? If you want to edit at any time, just click on the edit, and obviously for example let's say I want to increase the memory. Okay, so you can increase this SD cards to let's say 1000 MB. Let's see, finish, and we'll see whether it's working or not. See, okay, and simply now run this play button. So it will start your emulator on your laptop or monitor. If you see, the emulator is open and is about to reboot now. Okay, so you will see this actual kind of device, but it is an actual emulator. Okay, and on that one we are going to run our Expo Go application. Now you can close this Android Studio, okay, because our emulator is running now. Now over here you have buttons as well if you want to access button, and it will actual handle like actual device only. Okay, now once you have the emulator, I will open the emulator on the right hand side so you can all see this. Okay, and over here go to the terminal, click new terminal, and inside this terminal just run command npm run start. Okay, now this will start your application, and if you see, it will generate this QR code. Now just scan this QR code with your actual device in order to run this application on your actual device, okay, with a camera. Or you can open the Expo Go application, and then you can have option to scan this QR code. Also, if you want to run on emulator, if you see, you need to press A to open Android emulator, or I for iOS, or W for web. So click A for Android, and now it will say it installing the or downloading the Expo Go application for you inside this emulator. Okay, now once it's downloaded, it will start installing the Expo Go application. And now if you see, the Expo Go application is now opening, and our application is getting ready. It is getting built. Here you will see that status. Okay, and now we'll wait for a few more seconds, and boom, if you see, our landing or default page is showing on the screen. Say here continue. Now you have this option. If you do the command M, right, you will get this option. If you want to reload this page, you can reload it, go back, and you have some debug option as well. Okay, now this is the home page or default page of our application. If I go to this app folder, and inside this index.tsx file, you will see this text is written on this inside or between this text tag. Okay, now this text tag is act like in order to show the text on the screen. Okay, and this view is nothing but kind of div tag in HTML. So this view is holding this particular text, and whatever you write inside this text, it will appear over here. Now let's say if I want to write subscribe to Tube Guruji channel. Okay, if you did not subscribe to Tube Guruji channel, please do subscribe. Please press the subscribe button, and if I save it, as soon as I save this one, you will see it automatically update our emulator as well. And here now you will see the text called subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, everything you will see, or whenever you write some code and save it, it will reflect automatically on your application. Same thing will happen on your actual device as well, so you don't need to reload your application every time. Okay, how cool it is. So that's how, guys, you can create your React Native application with the help of Expo, then run the application and set up an emulator in order to run on a emulator, as well as you can run on an actual device as well. For any full stack application, you need a database, an API, and the media storage to store the file. Now, in order to store all your record, you need a database, right? And in order to contact with the database, you need to create an API as well. And to store the media files, images, and all of them, you need a storage. But you need to create this differently for every time, right? And in order to avoid it, we are going to use a Strapi CMS, which will act like an admin panel for our application, which will take care of our database creation and adding a column, creating column, all of them. Then which also take care of the creating the API. So it will automatically create an API for us. And the most important, it also help us to manage our storage. Obviously, for the Strapi, we need a database where you can store the data, and for that one, we are going to use a Neon PostgreSQL database. The reason is it's quite easy to integrate. You know, just one click, your database will be ready, and you can just integrate it with the Strapi. This is the first video you will find on the internet that I use Neon PostgreSQL with the Strapi. Okay. Next, for the media storage, you can either use Cloudinary or Firebase storage. Both are free to use. Okay. So obviously the PostgreSQL from the Neon is also free to use, and everything once you integrate with the Strapi, your admin or CMS panel will be ready, and whatever the content you will generate, whatever the new component you will generate, it will automatically create an API for it. So you don't need to create an API manually. Let me walk through now each of these steps. So first thing, let's go to this strapi.io, okay, which is the official website of their Strapi. They recently launched Strapi 5, and which is the stable version. So it's quite good, and they provide a lot of different feature from the previous version, okay. And you might have a question whether it's free or not. It is free to use, and you have option to host by yourself, or you can use a Strapi cloud. At the end of this tutorial, I'm going to tell you how to deploy the Strapi, okay. Then first thing, you need to copy this command, okay, and then simply go to the folder and open a terminal at that folder. I will just increase the size and paste the command. So here you can add the name of your Strapi backend. So here I will say AI image editing admin, okay, and click enter. Now it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes. So it will install all the necessary dependency. Now the next question is they ask for, do you want to log in or sign up for the Strapi cloud? Okay. Now obviously they provide the 14-day free trial as well, but if you don't want it right now, you can just keep it for now, and at the end of this tutorial I'm going to tell you how to do it. Then do you want to use a default database? If you don't want to use any other database, you can use the default database, which is SQLite. But if your application growing, right, I will definitely not suggest you to use SQLite. They use a local database kind of thing. Say no over here, and we are going to use our own default database, which is a Postgres SQL database, okay. Now here we need to provide the database name, password, user, and everything, and that we are going to get it from the Neon Tech. Neon Tech will give you the Postgres SQL much faster, and most important, very easy to configure. Also it's free to use, okay, so you can use it for free. Just simply go to the link which I put in the description, okay, click on it, go to the neon.tech. If you don't have an account, create a new and simply log in it. Now once you log in, you will see your project like this, okay. Now if you don't have any new project, just create a new project and your project name will appear over here. Now once you are in the project dashboard, here you have the branches, okay. So I selected the main. Here in the database section, you have option to create a new database. You can give the database name, let's say AI image editing. Then owner is account, I will add app, and simply click create, and boom, your database is ready to use. And that's how easily in a single step you can create a Postgres SQL with the help of Neon. Here you will get all the connection string, the everything, the account, and all of these things. If you want to see what are the table column are inside the your database, you can go to this table section, select the table which you want to see all the column and all, okay. So if you see in many of my project, I use this Neon's Postgres SQL database. Now go to the dashboard again, make sure to select the database, the one which you just created, and over here select the parameters only, because we just want these parameters, okay. Now for the database, copy this one, okay, then go back to your terminal, and here you need to pass the database name, the name, and the next thing we need to pass host name. So copy this complete host name, and inside the terminal I will pass it over here. Then port you can leave as it is. The username, let's get the username as well. So this is the username. Oops. And the last we need to add the password, okay. So this is the password which we are going to provide, and click enter. For enable SSL connection, you have to say yes, okay, and click enter. Start with the example structure data, say no, we want to start everything from the scratch. And do you want to use TypeScript? No, we are not going to use TypeScript. And the install dependency with APM, say yes. and you can initialize Git repo if you want. I will say no for now, and obviously while deployment we are going to initialize it, but for now just say no. And then it will install all the dependency with the help of this npm. So we'll wait. Now your project is ready. Okay, now you can either run your project from this command, or you can open VS Code. So if I go over here and make sure to click new window, because our mobile application is running on the previous window, right? And inside this VS Code, open a folder, and simply we are going to open our newly created Strapi projects. So this particular project I'm going to open, and if you see, we have some folders and files. Okay, now obviously you don't need to understand each of them until and unless you want to make some modifications. Now inside the source folder, or maybe inside the public folder, the database, you can see all of this information. If I go to the database.js, whatever the PostgreSQL database we provide, you will find all the configuration over here. Okay, now in order to run, just go to the terminal, click new terminal, and just type npm run develop. Okay, and click enter. Now it will start the Strapi project in a development mode. When we say the development mode, it means you have option to create the content, all of this information, and I'm going to show you in a moment once it starts. Now one more important thing, that once you connect your PostgreSQL to the Strapi, you don't need to do anything to the database, because Strapi is taking care of creating all the tables or necessary tables for your project, add a new records and make some updates. Everything is taken care by Strapi. And if you see, our application is running on the port localhost 1337/admin, and it open on a web browser. So now you can, obviously first time you are opening the Strapi or using this project, so you need to add some information. Okay, and I will keep everything as it is. Make sure to add it, and let's click on let's start, and boom, this is the simple dashboard. Now on the left hand side you will see some of the options. Okay, now the first is home, which is whatever you are seeing on the screen. The second is the content manager. Now whatever the collection you created, right, it will appear over here, and you will see all the entry for that particular collection, and you have option to create a new entry just by clicking over here. Okay, now obviously once we start developing our application, we are going to create a different content type. Okay, and in that one we are going to add all the records. Then we have the media library, where you can upload all the images, files, or whatever the assets you want to upload. Obviously this Strapi we are going to connect to the dedicated storage like Cloudinary or Firebase storage. You have option to connect with the AWS S3 as well. Then the most important, which is content type builder, where we are going to add which of the fields we want to add it in a given collection. You have option to create a new collection type. In that one you can add all the fields. As I say that once we start developing, you will get to know. Okay, then you have option to deploy your application through this directly from this dashboard, so you don't need to go and do all the command and everything. Okay, they have a very big marketplace where you will find all the different plugins, the providers, okay, which can be connected to the Strapi. And then inside the setting you will find all the option, like you can create API tokens, you can have option for a media library, the plugins, and all the option which is required to run this CMS application. So guys, that's how you can set up the Strapi for your application, which will act as an admin panel for our application. Now let's connect the Cloudinary to the Strapi, so that we can store all our images at one place. Okay, and you have option to connect to the Firebase storage as well, but the Cloudinary give you the 25 GB of free storage, and so that's the reason I'm going to use this Cloudinary. So first thing, let's go to this cloudinary.com, and then if you don't have an account, create a new account. As I say that it give you the free tier which contain 25 GB of free storage. Okay, and you can refer the link in the description to get more 25 GB extra space. So I already have account, so I will just log in, and once you log in, you will redirect it to the dashboard. On the dashboard, you will see all the details, how many users and everything. Okay. Also, over here you will see these API keys. You need to go to this API key folder, okay, or maybe that particular route. So you will get this API credential as well. If you don't have, just make sure to create a new. Okay. Now, if I go to this Strapi and just go to this marketplace, and inside the provider section, you will search for the Cloudinary. Okay. Click on this more option, and first thing you need to do to install this Cloudinary. So copy this command, go to your Strapi project which you open inside the VS Code. I will add a new terminal over here and simply paste this. So it will install the Cloudinary, okay, SDK for you. Next thing, I will just use Strapi Cloudinary storage. Okay, so Cloudinary, and it will open this npm command. Okay, so in that one we need to follow a couple of steps. So first thing, if you see, we need to add this export statement, all of this line of code inside this plugin.js under the config folder. So copy everything as it is and go back to your folder. Over here inside the config, we have this plugin.js. Right now it's empty, right? I will just replace it with this code which we copied. Now, first thing, we need to provide this all the information like Cloudinary name. So inside the .env file, I will add this new name called Cloudinary name, then the Cloudinary key, and the last we have the Cloudinary secret. Okay, now all of this key or value you will get it inside this Cloudinary dashboard API key section. So I will copy this API key and I will paste it here. Then for a secret key, I will just view this one, I will paste, and then in order to get name of your Cloudinary dashboard, you will get it on the home page. If you see this Cloudinary name, you need to get it. So I will paste it here as well and then save it. Okay, so it automatically referring to this environment variable. Next step in the document, that we need to add this line of code under this security name under this middleware.js. Okay, so simply copy this from the name, okay, like this, and simply go to the middleware.js, and is over here for the security I will paste this line of code. Okay, so maybe we need to wrap it like this, and inside that we will paste this line of code. Okay, and everything you will see as it is. Give comma, here you need to add a comma. Perfect, and save it. Now that's all. Now you just stop the Strapi. I will just clear this one and rerun again your npm run develop. So the Strapi will be run in a development mode, and now once it's loaded, you can go back to the Strapi admin panel. So once it's rebuild your application, it automatically refresh your localhost. And now if I go to this media library, and now over here you can add a new asset. Let's upload some file, okay, and let's see whether it's working or not. So I will upload this file and click open and just click upload this single asset. Obviously you can select the multiple assets if you want to upload, and boom, if you see, it's get uploaded. But if you want to see it's really uploaded to the Strapi or not, so simply you can click edit, and here you will see this link. Okay, now I will open this link in new tab, and here you will see the domain called resourcecloudinary.com. Cool, right? And if I enter it, you will see it is rendering from the Cloudinary now. Okay, now if you want to see that file, go to this Cloudinary dashboard. Inside that we have Media Explorer, and here you will see the image which you just uploaded. Okay, but if you observe, it created 3 different files, right? It's weird, and obviously it will take some space on our Cloudinary that application, right? So the question is, how can you get a read of this one, because we only want to upload one. It's your choice that if you want to keep a different version. Okay, one is for original, one is small, one is for thumbnail. It's up to you. So inside the Strapi, you also have option to turn this functionality off. Okay, so go to the setting, and here you will find media library. Inside here you will see this asset management, and under that it mentions the responsive friendly upload, say false in this case. Okay, so what it will do, it will only upload the file which you uploaded. Okay, and you can keep this size optimization as a true, so it will just reduce the quality just to make sure it will save the space. Okay, and here I will just click save. Now from next time whenever I upload any image, it only keep one version of the image and not a multiple one. Okay, so that's how guys you can connect your Strapi to the storage service like Cloudinary, Firebase. Now you also have option to connect it to the AWS S3 as well. Okay, so that also you can go to this marketplace, and over here you will find the AWS S3. Same way, same step you need to follow, which we follow for the Cloudinary setup. Okay, now it's time to design the login screen for our application. Whenever user come first time to our application, we are going to show the login screen where on the click of this continue button, user will authenticate with the help of Gmail authentication or any social authentication. Okay, and if you see, this is the mock-up. That's how our login screen will look like. Now first thing you need to do, let's go back to your application, and inside this images folder under the assets, I added this login.jpg file. Now all of these assets, whatever the assets I'm going to use in this project, is available in the source code, so the link is in the description. Now in order to create a login screen inside the app folder, we are going to create a new route, and in order to create a new route, you need to create a new folder called login, and inside that we'll simply create index.jsx file. Okay, now there is another way. If you don't want the folder, you can just remove the folder and just give the file name as a login.jsx as well. Okay, now here I'm going to add the default template, and I'm using this shortcut called RNF. Click enter, and immediately it give me the basic template. So here I will rename this to login screen. Okay, and save it. Now you might wonder how I added this template, right? So for that one you need to install VS Code extension called React Redux Snippet tool. Okay, so this particular ES7 plus React Redux, and through that you can just add it this particular plugin. Okay, so that you can just add this template so easily. Now once you add this login screen, inside the underscore layout you have to add this screen as a stack screen. Okay, so simply I'm going to add stack.screen, and here we'll name it as a login/index. Okay, so we simply provide the path, and that's all, and then save it. Now obviously we are going to design the login screen, so we need to go to the login screen first. So inside this index.tsx file you can rename this to JSX. Okay, and that's all. Say yes over here, and I will remove this text because we don't want, and not even this style, so I will remove everything, and inside that I will just redirect it to the login screen. So in order to use this redirect tag, it is importing from the Expo router, and inside that you need to provide the H reference. So H reference will be login, and simply save it, and if you see, it redirect it to the login screen. Okay, and this is a login/index. The text is showing as a login screen because inside the index.jsx we have this login screen text. Okay, cool. Now also, if you don't want this header, you can also remove it for the particular screen, or if you want to remove throughout the application or throughout all the router, you can do that as well. So simply go to this underscore layout, and over here to this tag screen you can provide the individual option. So over here you have option called header shown, and just simply make it false, and boom, if you see, the header is now gone. Let's go to this login screen and let's add the image first. So I will add an image tag from the React Native, and inside that you can provide the source. Now if the source is from your local file, okay, then you can use the require. Okay, and inside that you can just provide the path of the file. So in this case is assets/images/ the file name, which is login.jpg. So login.jpg. Okay, now You can even provide the style and width for your image. Right now if you see, the image is quite big, right? So inside the style you can add the style. Let's say width you want to provide the 100%, and you can provide the height, let's say 500, and simply save it, and boom, if you see how beautifully the image is showing on the screen. You can even change the height and size of your image. Okay, it's up to you how much you want to show it. Okay, so I will keep up to 600. Next thing, we'll add a view. Okay, because next thing we want to do to show this section. Okay, so let me go back, and over here we'll simply add a text called welcome to Imagine AI, something like this. Okay, now this text, if I save it, you will see it is showing on the screen. Now for this view I am going to add a style. Now you can apply two type of styling. One which is the internal or inline styling. We can call it as an inline style, where you can define the style over here, or you can define style externally as well. If you want to define the style externally, so outside of this particular function you can define RNS, which stand for React Native Style. Okay, then make sure to import the style sheet from the React Native, and over here you can define the class name. So let's say login container. Okay, and inside that you can define a style. Let's say you want to give a padding of 25. Now this login container you need to refer over here. So inside the style you just need to do styles dot and login container, see, and save it. Now here you will see the padding is applied to this particular view. Perfect. Also I'm going to add a margin top to -20, something like this, and we'll make a background color is of white. See, okay. Now for this one I will also add some height. Okay, so the background color should match, and we'll make a border top left radius to 30. See, okay. Same thing I'm gonna do it on the right hand side. So I will just change this to right. See, and it gives us a beautiful effect. Cool, right? Perfect. Next thing, for this text, let's add some inline style. So for this text we'll add a font size of 30, then we'll add a font weight. Font weight is bold. I want a bold text, and we'll make text align to be in the center. See, something like this. Okay, after this we'll add another text, and I will just simply copy it from our mockup, and I will paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now I don't know what happened. Okay, yeah, now it's showing. Now if you want to apply the color, right, because we want to change the color of this particular text, you can also do that. But in order to maintain all the color in one file inside the constant folder, inside the color.ts, we already have some color. I will just remove everything from here, and inside here we'll simply export the color. Okay, so at one place we'll define all the colors for our application. Now the primary color of this application will be the black color. So I will just add this line of code. For a gray color I will add the hex code as a 9D 9E 9D. Okay, and save it. Now this gray color I want to apply to this text. So now here you can say color dot colors. Okay, and make sure to import these colors as well. So I think we need to manually import. So colors from constant/colors. Okay, and make sure to export this one so that you can use over here. Now if I do the colors dot, you will get the suggestion, and we want to use gray color, and save it. See, now we'll make text align center, and also we'll give some margin from the top. So we'll add a margin top to 20. Perfect. Let's make it 15. Now after this we want to add a button. Okay, in a same view. So after this one we'll add a button, but in order to add a button, instead of using the button tag, I'm going to use a view, and inside the view we'll use a text. Okay, and here we'll simply say continue. Now for the button container, here I will say button, and we'll add some style to this button. So here we'll say width as 100%, then padding is of 20, the background color, which is I will get it from the colors dot primary. Now in future, if you want to change your application color to some other color, you can just need to change inside this color file. Okay, you don't need to make change everywhere. And then we'll also add border radius to 40, and you need to apply this button or attach this button style to this view. So styles dot button. See, okay, obviously for this text we'll make text align to be in the center, and most important, you need to define the color as white. See, perfect. Now let's give margin top. So here we'll give margin top to, let's say, 20. Perfect. And this is how our button is now ready. If you want, you can change this button size. So I will change this button size to 17, little bigger, or make it 20. I think 17 is much better. And below that, one more text I want to show, which I will copy, and it's simply saying by continuing you agree our terms and condition. Okay, and I will paste it here. Inside that we'll apply some style, and for that one I will just add text align to be in the center. Then we'll add a margin top to 20. We'll change the font size to 13, and most important, I will also change the color to colors dot gray, something like this, and boom, our login screen is now ready. Okay, now once user click on this continue button, we are going to redirect user to the sign in page. With the help of the Clerk authentication service provider, we are going to implement the authentication for our application. Clerk will provide one of the best authentication service, and it provides a lot of different providers like GitHub, GitLab, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, and a lot of others. And you don't need to do any configuration for each of the provider. Clerk is already taking care of that one, and most important, is very easy to integrate with any React, web, or mobile application as well. So in this tutorial, we are going to integrate Google authentication with the help of Clerk. And once user successfully sign in, we are going to redirect user to the home page. Obviously, if user sign in for a first time, then we have to make sure that the user information we are going to save to our database. So first thing, let's go to this clerk.com. Clerk is one of the most popular authentication service provider, and which is my favorite one as well. Also, it's free to use, and it provides a UI kit for the web application as well, and most important, very easy to integrate. It provides a lot of different features, like you can do a multi-factor authentication, also email or password authentication, magic link authentication, and lot of others. So if you don't have an account, create a new account on clerk.com. The link is in the description. Then simply log in and you will jump onto the dashboard. Here you have option to sign in with a different here you actually need to make new application, because if you see, for me, I have a lot of application which I already created with the Clerk. Here I will just click on this create application, give the application name. In this case, we'll say Imagine AI app. Then right now I will just enable Google, but if you want to enable Facebook, Apple, you can enable that one as well, and simply create the application. Once you click on this create application, it will redirect you to this document kind of page. Okay, and here you need to select your framework. So in this case is Expo, right? Now on this one, you will see some of the steps which we need to follow. Now I already added the document link in the description, which will go to this particular documentation related to the Expo, and which is detailed documentation. So first thing, we need to create the Expo application, which we already created, but along with that one we need to install this dependency. Okay, so copy this second line and go to your project inside your VS Code terminal. So I will just add a new terminal and I will paste it here. Okay, so it will install the React DOM along with the React Native Web package and the Metro runtime. Okay, then you need to install the Clerk SDK. So copy this npm command and just paste it here. Next, make sure you will select the correct Imagine AI, the application. So it has this publisher key. Copy this publisher key, go back to your application, and inside the root directory we create a new file called .env and paste the key as it is. Make sure that key name will start with expo underscore public underscore and the name of the environment variable. Okay, and after that we need to add or wrap our application in between this clerk provider. If you see in this clerk provider, they pass this publisher key, and this publisher key we are already fetching over here. Okay, so I will copy this line of code as it is, and inside your underscore layout file, inside the root layout, I will paste it here. I will just remove this one as well and save it. Okay, next we need to wrap our application in between this clerk provider along with this clerk loaded. Okay, so make sure to wrap it. So clerk loaded, close this tag, and clerk provider. Let me explain you what is this clerk loaded and clerk provider. Okay, so clerk provider will give you all the functionality access to the application, and clerk will make sure that your application is completely authenticated. And clerk loaded, which will help us to load the clerk configuration before loading any or render any children. Okay, this is very important. After that, once you sign in, okay, you have to make sure next time when user come to your application, you don't need to redirect to the sign in page because user is already signed in, right? And for that one we need to use this token cache. So it will save your token in a local storage. Okay, so for that one make sure to copy this expo secure store npm command and make sure to install it. After this, if you scroll down inside this underscore layout.tsx file, you need to just paste this token cache, save token, logic as it is. So I will copy this, and just before this publisher key I will paste it here. Okay, now you need to make sure to install this secure store. So we already installed, but we need to make sure it is imported. So I will copy this import statement and I will just paste it here. Next, I think that's all for now. Okay, and these are some of the page which is sign in or sign up page. You don't need to really use it because we are going to use our own Google authentication service provider in this case, right? So if you scroll down at the bottom of this particular page, you will find this option called Auth with Expo. Just click on it, it will redirect to this particular page, and make sure to select the Expo. Okay, now in this one you need to copy this Expo linking and make sure to install it. Then if you scroll down, now inside your login screen page you need to add this line of code. Okay, so along with this use warm-up browser and initialization. So let's go to login screen. So over here inside the login index.jsx file, this is our login screen, right? I will just paste before this one, before this function. Instead of pasting here, I will paste it just below. Okay, and next thing, inside the login screen component we need to call this method. Okay, we need to define this on-press method along with this auth flow. So I will just copy this as it is, go back to this login screen and paste it here. Okay, now I will just remove this line of code because we don't want it. And most important, we need to import all of this import statement. So copy this, let's copy everything. I will just copy this first, make sure to paste it, and then this web browser as well. Okay, perfect. Next, now if you go down little bit, right, on the press of this button, they call this on press method. So we have this continue button, right, and on the click on this continue button, we need to make sure we gonna call this on press method. Now in order to make this view button pressable, we need to convert this button into a touchable opacity, and you can import this component from the React Native. Now once you make this one, right, it will enable this property called on press. It means the button on press event, and in this one you can just call this method called on press. How cool, right? So that's how the touchable opacity is useful for. Now let's save this one and make sure that we cover everything. Okay, now you don't need to do this particular step because this is only for the next JS. Now let's go back over here. I will open this application as well. Now let's test this out. So on the click of this continue, let's click continue, and boom, it will redirect you to the browser. Okay, obviously it will be should be a in-app browser, so it will not redirect actually on the Chrome application. Okay, it will open inside your application only. Now here you need to add an email and password, and boom, and if you see, it's redirect to the some route, okay, which is the dashboard after successfully sign in. And if I go a little bit up over here, if you see, it has this redirect URL, right, and inside that you will see that's linking create URL, and it's redirecting it to the dashboard route, and currently we don't have the dashboard route, and that's the reason it's showing unmatched route. Okay, now if I go back, let's go back to this screen, it's coming back to the login screen. But whenever user come again on our application, we have to make sure we will redirect it to the home page if user is already logged in. But if user is not logged in already, then we are redirecting to the login screen. Okay, now in order to implement that logic, let's go to this home page inside this redirect.tsx file, and over here we're gonna add a condition, or we're gonna use user as a hook. So we have clerk use user hook. Okay, I'm not sure why it's not importing, so let's import this use user hook from, and here we'll say clerk expo, and this user hook will give you all the information related to the users. Okay, the login user, here we'll check if user is not login. Okay, then we are going to redirect user to the sign in page or login screen. Otherwise we'll simply write a text login success. Okay, and we'll close the tag, and then okay, so over here this need to be a question mark because this is ternary operator, and then save this one. Now that's how you can add the clerk authentication. Now once we added the home screen or a tab navigation inside our application, then you will get to understand much better how actually we are going to route it as soon as user sign in successfully inside our application. Now it's time to implement the tab navigation in our application. Whenever user jump on the home page, he will jump on this tab navigation screen where default one is the home page, and then user can jump from one tab to another tab, like he can jump from home to his collection or profile. Okay, so this is how it will look like in our actual application. So let's go back to the VS Code, and inside this app folder we are going to create a new folder called tabs. Okay, make sure it will be the folder name will be inside this circular bracket because we are just grouping that together, and inside this tab we'll create their own layout file. Okay, so here we'll give the name as underscore layout.jsx, and then add the default template, something like this. I will just rename this to tab layout and save it. Now our basic tab layout screen is ready, means the layout, just the layout file. but inside that we need to create a 3 different tabs. So we'll create a 3 different tab, let's say home.jsx. Let's add a default template for that one as well. Then we want collection.jsx, which contain user generated all the images. And the last we want a profile image, profile tab, and save it. Okay, now these 3 tabs screen are ready. Now we need to add it into our tab layout. Okay, so over here I will just remove this one, and inside this layout we'll create a tab components from the Expo router, and inside here we'll add tabs dot screen. Okay, so how many screen you want to add, that screen you can add it here. Okay, so in this case for this tab screen you need to give the name. So now name should match with this file name, so in this case is home, and then let me create a couple of more, one for collection and another is for profile. Okay, and then save it, and that's all. Your tab screen is now ready. Now inside this login index.jsx file, over here if you see, whenever user successfully login we should redirect user, right? So in this case we should redirect to tabs/home page. Okay, so after successful sign in. Also inside this underscore layout.tsx file you need to mention that tab navigation. So over here I will just add the default one, or you can directly rename this one as well as a tabs. Okay, and save it. And the next, inside this index.js, which is our default file, after successful login means once user is there, we going to redirect user, and here we will say hrefs slash tabs slash index. Okay, oh, sorry, not index, home. I don't think so we need this one. Let's add because we are navigating, and save it. Okay, now let's test this out. Once user is successful login, it should redirect to the home page of the tab navigation. So simply click on this continue button, select the account, and boom, if you see, it's redirect it to the home screen. At the bottom you will see this tab navigation, which is one is home, collection and profile. Right now the text is in small letters, the icon is not correct one. Okay, because we can update the icon and we don't want this top heading bar as well. Okay, so let's remove for the tab first. So if you go to this underscore layout where we define these tabs, right, for this tag screen directly you can mention the screens option, and here you can mention header shown as false. So all the screen comes under this stack will not have this header. Okay, now even though if you remove this header from this tag screen, that's also fine, because at the top level only you define that one, right, and save it, and if you see, the header is gone. Same thing you can do it for the tabs navigation. So in under this layout I don't want the header throughout the application or throughout the any tab, so simply you can directly define over here let's say screen option, and simply add header shown as false and save it, and boom, say perfect, right? So that's how guys you can remove the header. Now let's add the dedicated or define icon for each of the header. So in order to add that one, each of the tab screen has their own option. So over here we have options tag, and inside that you can define the title. Let's say you want to give title as a home, and if you see, now title changed to home with the H capital. Then you can mention tab bar icon, and inside here you can define the color, and then you can define the icon, whatever the icon you want. Now in order to use an icon, you can always refer to icons.expo.fyi. okay, in this one you don't need to install any icon because it's expo library, and here you will find a bunch of icon. Let's say you want to find home icon. Here you will find a bunch of different home icon. You can filter it out. If you want to use this Ioni icon, you will find it over here. So I will use this icon. First thing you need to make sure you will import this Ioni icon import component, import statement, and then you can use this component. Just copy it and paste it here. See, okay. For the color, you can mention the color, whatever color you want. Okay, so obviously the system color will apply it to this one, and then save it. Now if I go back, boom, if you see, we got this icon for our tab navigation, right? Same thing you have to do it for other screen. So I will just paste it over here, and if I save it, everywhere you will see home, and as soon as I click on it, you will see the color is changed immediately, right? Or the active colors change. So you can even update that active color or for each of these tab. But before that, let's change this icon for each of them. So let's go over here. For the collection, I'm going to use folder like icon, something like this. So let's use this one. So in this case, we already imported this statement, so you don't need to just I will replace the name over here. See, and for user, I will use this one, and here you will get the result. Okay, perfect. Next thing that you can even update the color of the active selection. Okay, so in order to do that, you can just add a option over here, and here you will say tab bar active tint color, and here you can mention the colors as a primary one and save it. Now here you will see, if we select home, you will see the primary color will be the active one for this each of these tab icons. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can implement the tab navigation for your application. Now it's time to save the user information if user is new. So whenever user jump on this home page, right, we will check if user is new or not. First we will select the user data, and if we'll find with the help of email address if user data is already exist. If it's already exist, then we will save it in our context so that we can use it throughout the application. But if user is new, then we'll make sure to save that user information to our database, and along with that, as I told you, right, we are going to give the credits to the user. Okay, 10 credits to the user so that user can use it to generate the AI images for free. Okay, and as soon as the user information is saved, that user information we also going to save it to the context so that we can share it. So let's go back to the Strapi first. Okay, and we are going to create a new content type. So let's go to this content type builder. Currently we have user content type, but we'll create our own, and just click on this create new collection type. Over here you need to give the name. So here we'll say user list, and you can check everything over here and simply click continue. Now select the field, first field called text. Here I will give the name as a username. You can add another field and select email. Here you can give user email. Now you have advanced setting as well over here, right? You can even provide the default value or any other value. Here I will select the unique field because we want the email address as a unique, and another I will select number for credits. Okay, so how many credits user have? The format will be the simple integer, and in advanced setting by default I am going to give a 10 as a default credits. Okay, and select finish. Now I added these three fields. Simply click save. As soon as you save it, Strapi will update your collection and everything, and it will restart the Strapi application. So we'll wait, and if you see, our user list is ready. Now if I go to this content manager, here you will see the new collection type called user list. Currently we don't have any record, but if I create a new entry, you can have option to add a username, email, and credits and everything. How cool it is, right? So that's how guys you can create any collection type. For now, we'll keep at this point and let's go to this setting first. Inside the setting, we need to enable the API token for our very first time. Okay, and here we have option called API tokens. Here you need to add a new API token and give the API token name. So I will say dev environment. You can select the token duration, how much time your token should be valid. I will select the unlimited and token type, whether you want read only access, full access or custom access. So I will give full access, and for the user list, if you see, everything is selected, right? Now, if you want to create a new user list, right, and if you click on this setting icon here, you will see the API endpoint request, how you can make it, okay, post request you want to make or find request and so on. Okay, right now let's save this one. As soon as you save it, you will get this API key. Copy this API key, otherwise you will not get it again, but you can create a new one. Now once you copy, we'll close this all of this tab for now and simply go to this .env file. Over here I will create a new environment variable. We'll say expo underscore public underscore strapi API key is equal to, and paste this API key and simply save it. Okay, once you save it, you are good to go. Perfect. Now our Strapi collection is created, okay, and our API is also ready to use, and Strapi is now taking care of generating all the API content and everything. Now let's go back to your application, and inside here, in order to make a API call, you need an HTTP client SDK. So for that one, we are going to use Axios. Okay, make sure to import this or install this Axios. So it is very easy and powerful HTTP client SDK. So now, in order to make a API call, we are going to create a new folder called services. Inside the service folder, we'll create global API.jsx file, and all our API endpoints or API call we are going to store inside this global API. So first thing, we'll create constant Axios client is equal to Axios. Here we need to import it, so we'll say import Axios from Axios. Okay, dot, here we'll say create, and inside this one you need to provide the base URL. Okay, so base URL will be the this localhost, okay, because right now you are using this local one. Oops. And then the API. Okay, so this is your base URL because you are accessing API. Then you need to provide the headers. Inside the header, you need to add the authorization key, which is a bearer token, and you will add the process.env and the API key. That API key and environment name. So in this case, is Strapi API key, something like this. Okay, perfect. And your Axios client is now ready to use. Now once you set up it, let's create new user. Or first, we'll create an endpoint to get user info, and inside here we'll simply make Axios client dot get, because we are making get request. And in order to see the endpoint, right, anytime you can go to this API token, you can go to this user list and you want to find the user, right? So just click on this find, and here you will get the information, right? So here we'll say user dash lists, but we want to pass the user email to check if this user is available or not, right? Now in order to get this, you have an option over here. We'll say filters on user email, because this is the field name, and we have operator dot equal, okay, is equal to, and we'll pass email. Now all of this information you will get to the Expo documentation. If I go to the documentation, here they have very rich documentation. Go to this REST API documentation. Here you will find this filtering option and how to use filtering, and you will see a different operator, okay, to filter your data. So it's kind of weird clause, you can say, okay. And now once you define this user list and filter with the user email which matching with the email which you pass, okay. Once you done with this one, you will export this, export default get user info, okay, this endpoint, so that you can use it throughout the application. Now let's save it. Let's go back to your home tab navigations, or you can even implement in inside this underscore layout. That is a good option. Now over here we'll create a new method called constant verify user, and inside this verify user I will simply write constant result is equal to await global API, because that's where our endpoint is, dot, you will see you got the method called get user info, and inside this we need to pass user email. Now in order to get a user email, you can get it with the help of use user hook from the clerk, okay. So make sure to import this one, clerk expo, okay, and then once you implement it, here you can access it using user.primary address.email address. That's it, okay. We use await. Let's make this as async, and I will just console the result dot data, okay, and then save it. Now this verify user we're gonna call inside the use effect whenever the user information is available. So inside the user effect you need to provide, or you can tell React that okay, execute this use effect whenever the user information is available, and when it's actually available then only execute this verify user method, okay. Now let's save this one and let's go back to the terminal, and right now, so if you see we have authentication error, create new user does not exist. Now before testing this out, right, you have to make sure you will stop this running server. I will clear this one and just rerun it again, because we added this environment key and some library as well. So I will just remove it from the background for now, and now you can run it by just typing A for Android, okay. So it will open the rerun our application, and our tab is now loaded perfectly. Perfect. Now one more important thing over here, that in React Native you cannot make a API call to the localhost, okay. You need to have a specific IP address or specific domain, okay, or server domain. So right now we are using localhost. The question is how to do it, right? So each of this operating or say system have their unique IP config, right? And in order to get IP config on a Mac OS, you need to run this command called ipconfig get if address en0, okay. It will give you this IPv4 IP address, okay. Or if you are on the Windows, you just need to type ipconfig on a command prompt, and then you will get this IPv4 address. Copy this address and inside your localhost, right, instead of this localhost, just replace it with this actual ID like this, and then save it, and that's all, right. Now if I go to this underscore layout and make sure inside the terminal whether we got data or not, and right now if you see we got some information, but the length of this one is 0. We don't have any record inside this data. So in order to get actual data information, you can get it like this, and you will see that it's empty, right. Now if it's empty, then what you need to do, you just need to, or you can write result.data.data if it's there, right, means if the length is not equal to 0, okay, then we'll simply return nothing. It means it has a data, but if not, then we'll add a try catch block with exception E, and inside the try catch block we are going to create a new record. So inside of global API we create a new endpoint. We'll say create new user. To this one we'll pass data, okay, whatever the required data we need to pass to the body. Here we'll make Axios client dot post method, and inside the post we'll again write user list as an endpoint. Now inside here you need to pass the body. Now inside the body you need to pass this data inside the data field, or you have to assign to data field, and this body will pass to this post request. Make sure to export this one. So here we'll say create new user and save it. Now your post request for create new user is ready. Inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await global API dot create new user, and then inside that we need to pass a data. Now in order to get the data information, so here we'll define the constant data. Inside here we'll pass user email as a user dot primary email address dot email address, okay, and also we need to pass username as user dot full name, okay. So these two fields we need to pass. We have to make sure these two field name should match with the field name that we have inside our Strapi, okay. So inside the user list, if you see, this field name should match with the field name, this one, and then this data we send over here. Now once we make a call, we'll get the result, we'll console this result as a result dot data, okay. And now this result information we need to save in a context, okay. But before that, let's execute this and whether we are successfully inserting record or not. Now as soon as I save it, okay, if you see, the data is inserted and is returned the result back with this information. Now if I go to the Strapi user list and refresh this, you will see that new record get inserted with the user email, the user name, email, and the default credits, and the status is published, means it's a live record, right? And that's how guys you can insert a new record. Now one more important thing, if you try to run execute this again, so what I will do, I will just save this and it means it will execute, and now in this case you got the data but they did not insert a new one inside this line number 20, right? We got this data because it is existing one, right? If I refresh it, you will see we only have one record, see, but only thing that it just check this, it's just consoling this and check this condition. If the length is not 0, it will return it will return empty and it will not go to this next line. Now once we have the information or user detail information, right, we need to save this in a one context so that we can share it or use that information throughout the application instead of making API call every time. So for that one we are going to use context, okay. So we'll create a new folder called context and we'll keep all our contacts into this folder. Here I will give user detail context as a name and add a default template, or not default template, but here we'll just write export constant user detail context is equal to create context, something like this, and then save it. Once the context is created, you need to wrap your application in between this context so that you can share your data between all the components which you define it, okay. So for example, let's say inside the app folder, go to this underscore layout and you can define the context over here. So here we'll say user detail context. Here we need to import this context, so we'll say import user detail context from and give the path. Oops, so it need to be a context slash user detail context, right? And then here we will say dot provider. I don't know why it's not coming. Oh, so the spelling was incorrect. So now if I do the provide, you will see the option called provider, and then you need to pass the value, okay, some default value, and just simply wrap your provider like this, okay. I will just format this document and then save it. And then in order to pass a default value, I will just define just above this token cache as constant user detail comma set user detail is equal to use state, and this state and set state we are going to pass to this value as a default one, okay, and save it. Now once we have this value, let's go to the tabs home dot sorry, not home, but inside this underscore layout where we are fetching user information, we are going to set this context value. So in order to use the context, first you need to define, make sure to define in a curly braces is equal to use context, and then you can simply use this user detail context, or maybe user detail context, okay, I think we need to import it manually. Let's import it. So import, I think we made some spelling mistake. I think that's correct. User detail context from, and then I think we are good over here. Perfect. Okay. And then whenever we have the data, simply inside this one we'll set the user detail as a response dot data, and also whenever we inserted a new record over here as well, we'll set the user data something like this. Okay. So it's either case, because if you fetch it first time, make sure to fetch it, but if you are inserting first time, make sure to add it to the user detail as well, and simply save it. And that's all. That's how you can use the or set the user information. We have one warning. Let's see what's this warning. So it's saying response does not exist. I think I made some mistake somewhere. Oh, it's supposed to be result, and over here it's supposed to be result, because that's what we are referring to. Okay, and now save it, and now we don't have any warning. Perfect. Now let's design the home screen. On the home screen, if you see, we have the header where we are going to show application name on the left hand side, the credit user left or user have like this, and then the profile image. Below that we are going to show some banner where we have the background image along with the text on the top of this image and the button. So let's go back to your application, and inside the tabs home screen, that's where we are going to add it. So over here we'll say header, and then we are going to add a banner. Okay. So first thing, in order to add a header, we are going to create a component, and we'll create in a different folder. We'll keep everything in one folder, all the components in one folder, and again inside that we'll say home, because all the components which is related to the home screen will keep inside this home folder. And here we'll give header.jsx. Let's add a default template and save it. Same thing I'm going to do. I will create another file called banner.jsx and add default template and save it. Okay. Now let's import this header to this home screen. So over here I will say header and save. Okay, and you will see the text header right now. Now for this particular view, we'll add a style. Here we'll add a padding of 20 and margin top to 40. Okay, so you can able to see this header. Let's add it, maybe we can say 20 only. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to this header.jsx file, and the text we want to show on the left hand side, which is the application name. So simply we'll write Imagine AI and save it. Let's give some style. Here we'll say font size of 30. Color will be the colors dot primary. So we need to import this color component from the constant slash colors. Okay, and here we have primary color. Then we'll make font weight to bold and save it. Perfect. On the right hand side, I will add a view for that one, and inside this view first we'll add the user image. So in order to add an image, first we need to add image tag, and in order to get the user image, you can get it from the user hook from the clerk. Okay, so make sure to import this use user. Let's add it here as well as an import statement. So this need to be a clerk expo, and this user image will be in the form of URL, right? In order to display any image from URL, you need to define like in curly braces URI and the image URL. So in this case we'll say image URL. Okay, you can give width and height. So let's add a width, not like this, inside the style. We'll add a width as 30 and height of 30 and save it. So if you see, the image is showing on the screen, but it's quite small. Let's make it 40, and also I will make border radius to 99. Okay, so it will be rounded. Also along with this one, I want to add the user credits. Right now, in order to add a user credit, we want to add an icon, and that icon I already added inside this assets folder under this image called coin.png. Okay, so that you can use it. So over here we'll simply add an image, or we'll add a view first, and inside that we'll add an image source, and we are accessing from the local assets, so we'll use required, and then we need to give path coin.png. Okay, here we'll add a style, so width 30, height is of 30, something like this. Okay, and after that we need to show how many credit user hold, right? So that information you can get it from our context, because we already saving the user context information. So you can get the context user detail context. I think we need to import this context, so here we'll say import user detail context from context / user detail context. Okay, so in this user detail context we have the user information. Just make sure inside this app.jsx, so if I in the underscore layout, you have to save it the first record. Okay, so make sure you will save it as a 0th element. Okay, so it will save the first record from the response, and then inside this view we'll add a text, and you can access it using user detail dot credits and save it. Okay, so right now if you see, it's showing 10 because we have the 10 credits inside, or for this particular record inside the Strapi. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line first. So for this particular view I will add a style, we'll make it display as a flex, then flex direction as a row, and we'll make justify content space between. Also same thing we need to apply for this particular view. So we'll add a style, we'll make display as a flex and flex direction as a row, but in this case I'm going to give some gap, let's gap of 10. Okay, and for this one as well, we'll add a flex direction row. We'll make align item to be in the center. Same thing we're gonna do it over here. And in between this text and image we'll give some space. Perfect. Now let's add some style. So we'll add a border width to 0.4, and we'll add a border radius to maybe say 99, or let's say just 10. We'll make it 99 rounded only, and we'll give padding horizontal to 6. Okay, perfect. Here let's make it 25 and 25. We'll make more, something like this, say. Okay, and that's how our header is now ready. So every time whenever the credits update, you will see the change over here. Now let's implement the banner, which is also very straightforward. So first thing, make sure to import the banner component over here. I'm not sure whether we created. Let's go to this banner.jsx. We have the banner, so we'll import it here as a banner component. Inside the home you will see the text banner, and over here we'll give some style. Let's give some margin top to 20, so we'll have some space between this header and the banner, and I will remove this text, And for the banner, I already have image inside the assets folder called banner.jpg. This is how it will look like. Obviously you can get it from the source code. All the assets are available. The link is in the description. Now let's use this image tag, the source, and we are fetching from the local, so we'll use require. Here give the path images slash banner dot jpg. Okay, now let's add some style for this banner. So simply over here we'll say style, and we'll say width is of 100%. Oops. Height will give 140, and we'll make border radius to 50. And boom, if you see, we have this beautiful banner. Perfect. Now we want to show the text on the top of this image, right? So we'll use the view, and inside this view we'll add a text, and simply we'll say turn words, and I will add one more text. Here we'll say into art. Okay, something like this. So right now it's showing below to this image, right? So for this view you can add a style, you can make position as absolute, and then it will show on the top. Obviously the color is black, so it's not showing, but before that let's add some padding to, let's say, 15. Now for this text let's add a style. Here you can say font size is of 30, font weight to bold, and click save it, and then you will see the text. Okay, also you can change the color of this one to colors dot white. I don't think so we have the white color. Let's add it in our color list. I already added the yellow, so here I will add a white, which is the FFF. Save it, and here now we'll say white. See how beautiful, right? Same style we are going to apply to this text except the color. So over here I will change this to yellow color and save it, something like this, and our text on the top of this image is now ready. Now next we want to show the button. Okay, now for the button I will use the touchable opacity from the React Native, so that we can add an on press event, and inside that we'll add a text called explore. Okay, you can give any name which you like, and then inside this touchable opacity we'll add a button style. Here we'll give some padding to 7. We'll make a background color to colors dot yellow, and then we'll make it position as a absolute. So you will see this button is showing on the top. Now we want on the right hand bottom corner, so we'll say bottom to 0 and right to 0. See, and then you can give some margin, let's say 15. Perfect, right? You can add a border radius to, let's say, 7, and we'll add a padding horizontal to 6. Now let's make it 10. We'll make it 15. That's look good. Perfect. Okay, and that's how our button is also now ready. So that's how easily we added this header and the banner as well. Now on the click of this banner, obviously we want to navigate some other places, but before that, first thing we need to do, we are going to design the home screen completely, and then we'll implement all the routes which is required to generate the images. Now we are going to implement this feature section where we're gonna provide a different feature to the user, and we're gonna use AI model in order to convert any image or text to a specific or desired output. Let's consider this feature section where the first feature is text to image, where user will enter the text and it will generate the image. Very straightforward, right? Obviously for that one we are going to use AI model. Then another one is the remove background, where you can remove the background of the any image. Then upscale, where user will upload their image and it will upscale or enhance the image quality along with the blurriness. And then we have the mockup or fine tune, where it will generate the mockups or fine AI images for you. Okay. After that, we have avatar generator, where user will upload the image and it will generate the avatar with your face. Okay. And same with the style, you can enter the prompt and it will generate the specific style of image. So I just divided this all the AI models into three different sections. The first is text to image, where user will enter the prompt and it will generate the output. Then we have upload image and it will generate the avatar, where user need to upload the image. Let's say in this example, user uploaded this image and it will generate this particular avatar. Okay. Obviously for this one, we are going to write our own prompt into our Strapi backend and then it will generate the specific avatar. And the last one, where user will enter the text prompt and it will generate the image, but along with that one, we are going to add our own prompt to make the image in a specific style. Okay. Now, in order to use the different AI model, we are going to use this replicate.com. Replicate will provide a bunch of different AI models, okay, to use it directly into your application. They provide the API, and if you go to this replicate, you will find a various type of AI models. Another important thing, the pricing of this AI model depends on which model you are using. Okay, so first thing you need to do, go to this replicate.com. I will also put the link in the description. Then click this explore button, and where you can explore a bunch of different AI model, and it's very easy to use. Let's consider this example. So if you want to generate the image, I will use this model for example, and here you can obviously run this model, you can test this model. Okay, and here you will find the cost as well to generate a single image. In order to generate a single image, you just need to pay this much amount, which is quite less, and in under $1 you can generate 740 images, which is much cheaper than a DALL-E 3 or ChatGPT's AI model or image generation model. Next, if you go to this API, here you will see how to run the model and all of this information. And if you want to get started, you just need to sign in and then you can add the payment details. That's all you need to use this particular AI models. Okay, now from this AI model we need this model name. Okay, so in this case the model name is this one, right? This model name we need to use it or store it inside our Strapi so that we can use it inside our application. Okay, now first thing we need to do is to create a collection type so that we can store all of this information into our Strapi, and then inside the application we can fetch it. So let's go to the Strapi backend and then go to this content type builder. Inside the content type builder, we are going to create a new collection type called AI model. Okay, click continue. First field we want the name of the this particular feature, so I will just put the name. Then I want AI model name. Okay, so AI model name is nothing but this model name we want, okay, to execute this line of code, right? And we need to pass this model name because throughout the application we are going to use AI the replicates AI models. So I added this name. Another one, we want a default prompt. So here we'll say default prompt. I will add it as a long text. Then we want the is featured. Okay, this is the boolean value I added. The reason is whatever the AI model we enable as a is featured, it will show in this particular section. Okay, so that's the reason I added. Next, we want to add is user need to upload an image, okay, for that particular model. So here we say user image upload. If it's true, then we will enable user to upload the image. If it's false, then we will not. Next thing, we want to add the style. Okay, so again it's boolean, whether it will come under this style section or is outer section. Okay, so that's the reason I added this as a flag or the boolean value. Then another boolean value I will add as a avatar, and then we'll add icon. Okay, for if you see, this is the icon we want to upload, along with we also want to add this banner as well. Okay, we can call this banner or thumbnail, whatever you want. So for that one, you can select the media type, and here we'll say icon. Make sure you will select this single media, then click another field, again media, and here we say banner for these particular images, and icon for this one. And make sure you will select the single media and simply click finish. Okay, so these are the things we added into our Strapi collection, and simply click save. So it will restart your Strapi backend now. Now is all reloaded completely. Now go to this content manager where we are going to add some AI models, okay, for this featured section. So let's add a new entry or create a new entry, give the AI model name. Here we'll say text to image. Now inside this AI model name field, we are going to add this model name. So in this case, you can copy either this one or you can copy along with this version. Okay, so I will just copy all of this, and simply I'm going to paste under this AI model name, right? So whenever you just select this text to image, we are going to pass this AI model name to generate the image from this AI model. Then default prompt, if you want to add any default prompt, you can add it. I will just copy this simple one. Okay, so if I go to this playground, I will copy this one and paste it. It's not required field, so you can just leave it. Now is featured. If you want to show this model over here, you have to make sure it need to be a true. Then do you need to upload the image? Obviously not, because it's a text to image model. Do you want to display under style or avatar? Say no. And we want to add an icon, so I will add an icon. Here you can add more assets and select the images which you want to add. So I will add all the icon list in the description. So I will select some of the models. So I want to upload this 4 image. Select upload 4 assets to this library and select the model which you want to use. Okay, so I will browse it, and I want to use this model, this icon. So make sure to select this icon for this particular model and simply click publish. So now if I go back, let me go to this AI model, and now you will see this entry text to image. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can add the AI model. Now I will pause the video and I will add some of the AI model. Okay, and all this AI model with the AI model name and list I will put in the description so that you can also access it. Now I added the rest of this AI model with the model name and all the details. Now with this Strapi, if you want to change this layout of this particular one, you can go to the setting and you can enable what are the column you want to see on this screen. See, okay, how cool it is. So that's how you can also add it, what are the column you want to add on Strapi, so that you can easily look into the record. Now once you added all this AI model, you can go to the setting, go to this API token, and make sure this API endpoint for this AI model, okay, to get all this AI model. And if you see, for this one we have this get request with this AI models as a API endpoint. Now let's go to the VS Code, and inside this global API, so let's go to this global API under the services folder. We are going to add the new endpoint. So over here we'll add a new endpoint called constant get feature category list, and over here we'll make an Axios request. So Axios client dot get, and here we'll simply going to use this API endpoint like this, and that's all. Now make sure to export this one and save it. Okay, now on the home screen, after the slider, we want to add this feature list. So let's go to this app folder under the tab where we have home.jsx, and over here we're gonna add this one featured list. Okay, now first thing, we need to create a component for this feature list under this home folder, and and here we'll create a new file called AI feature model.jsx. Add a default template, save it, and make sure to import this inside your home page. So here we'll say AI featured model and save it. Okay, that's all. Now get this all the list of AI models. So here we'll get write a method called get AI model featured list, and we'll get the result, constant result equal to await global API dot get feature category list. Okay, you can rename this whatever you want, and make sure to make this as a async. Now I will just console the result for now. So result dot data, and you have to call this particular method whenever this component get load inside the use effect. So inside the use effect I will just going to call this method. Okay, and inside the console we'll see whether we are getting data or not, and boom, if you see inside the console we got all the AI model name, but currently is getting or fetching all the AI models, and we just want the model with a is featured flag is enabled, right? So if I go to this collection, right, and in any of this AI model, you will see this is feature flag is enabled. Okay, and this particular filter we need to pass to our API endpoint. So simply over here we'll add filters for AI feature model, and the operator is equal to plus, and here we need to write it as a true, or maybe you can just pass it here as well as a true. Okay, similar like this user list, and that's all. Let's save it, and then you will again get only those AI model which is featured as enable as a true. Okay, now once you got the data, you need to save in one state. So I will define one state. So we'll say constant AI model list comma set AI model list is equal to use state, and simply here we'll set the AI model list as a response dot data. Perfect, and save it. Now let's display or print out all the AI model. Here we have, oh, this need to be a result. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now over here we're gonna write a text called featured, and for this particular view I'm going to add a style. We'll add a margin top to 20. Then for this text we'll add some style. We'll say font size is of 25, font weight is of bold, and save it. Perfect. I will just make sure to capitalize everything, something like this. Now under this one we are going to use a flat list. In the React Native, if you want to display the list, okay, from the data which we have, you can use the flat list, which is very powerful component, and it has a lot of different property where you don't need to configure anything. Okay, so let's first thing to this flat list you need to provide is the data which you want to display. So in this case our data is this AI model list. So here we're going to pass AI model list. Then you need to render the items, okay, whatever the list you want to show it in the different UI components. So that line of code you need to add it here. So here we'll get item and index, and inside that we'll write a view, okay, in order to display each of this record, and each of this record is going to render through this render item. Now inside the view let's add another view, okay, and inside that I'm going to add an image in order to display the icon. So here we'll say source URI, and I will close this tag, and in order to get the image, okay, or sorry, the icon of this particular AI model, you can just simply access using item dot icon dot URL. Okay, and here you can give style width and height. So inside the style we'll add a width of 35, height of 35, and save it. And let's say whether we got it or not. So something is not right. So okay, so the thing is the icon is not showing because inside our endpoint, in order to get the media file, right? Because right now with this request you will only get the field with the text value, but it will not fetch the media until and unless if you want to fetch a media you need to write and populate is equal to star. Okay, so it will fetch all the nested value which is available inside this record. And if you see, as soon as we added this populate is equal to star, now we get or we got all the images. Cool, right? Perfect. Now once you add these images, we want to show these images in a horizontal line, okay, as per this mockup. See, so in order to do it, let me go back to the VS Code. Over here for this flat list, it has a one property called number of columns. In how many columns you want to show or how many columns you want to display on the screen. So in this case, we'll say 4 columns and save it. Now, whenever you make change to this column property for the flat list, you need to rerun your application. So I will rerun my application now, and now if you see our images is showing in horizontal format, right? Now obviously it's not spread out equally, so in order to spread out equally you need to give the style to this parent view and just make it as a flex as a 1. Okay, also in order to make it align item in the center, you need to give a property align item to be the center. See, okay, something like this. Now for this particular view I will add a style and I will add a padding of 7 and will add a border radius is of 8 and save it. Now also over here I am going to add a background image, sorry, background color, not a image, and here we'll say colors dot light gray. This light gray code I added inside my colors constant file and save it. So as soon as you add it, you will see like this, right? Here we can add the corner to be rounded, so we can make over here only. So border radius, oops, my bad, border radius, maybe we can say 10, okay, or maybe make it 7, and here I will give more padding. Perfect, let's make it more, and here I think that's pretty good. Now below that I'm going to show the text or the name of the AI model. So over here we'll simply say item dot name, so it will display the name of the AI model. Obviously we'll give some style. Here we'll say font size to 11, then we'll make text align to be in the center, and color I will give colors dot gray, okay, little lighter, something like this. I think we can make it primary only, darker. Perfect. Okay, if you want to give margin top to 2, you can give some space as well. Perfect. And that's how our feature list is now ready. Okay, for this flat list we can add a style, and here we'll say margin top to 5, so it has some space between this text and the list of AI model. Okay, and that's all. So that's how easily we fetch the record from the Strapi and we display it on the screen. Now it's time to add this author section and style section, and I already have the prompt ready for each of them. I also added in the source code so that you can access it. The link is in the description. So go to this our Strapi admin panel, and inside this AI model, now I'm going to add a new entry. For the author I will just write Supergirl. AI model name, this particular AI model, okay, which will generate your photo to specific image. So go to this API, and here first thing I will copy this AI model name along with this version. Now this is nothing but a version, okay, this all the numbers and all, and just paste it here. Each feature is false. If you want to add default prompt, you can add it. Obviously we want to add for the author, so I will copy it from this prompt section and I will add it here. But this is very important in order to generate the specific author. Then is user upload. Obviously user need to upload in order to generate author, so I make it as a true, and this is authors. We want to show this particular category in author section, so we make it true. For the banner, you can upload the banner for it. So I will add more assets and I downloaded some of them. I will copy all of them because I want it later on as well for a different model, and select the model which you want to upload it for this one. Okay, so I finish it and you will see this model is specific to this particular AI category, and simply click publish. Now once it publish, it is available, and if I go to this AI model, you will see the new record called Supergirl with this AI model and all. Okay, perfect. Now I will pause the video and I will add some of the more extra model, okay, so that we can use it to fetch it. Same thing you have to do it for the style AI section as well. Okay, so I added the remaining records along with the name, AI models, and the default prompt. Okay, now let's go back to our VS Code, and inside the global API we are going to create a new endpoint, and this endpoint will be used for both author and the style. So we create a new constant, get AI models, and here we'll say Axios client dot get and API, not API, but here we just need AI models. Okay, now here we are going to apply a filter. Okay, and we will pass a type as to this AI models so that we can filter it using the type. Okay, so here I am going to simply add something like this. Okay, this need to be over here, and inside that I will pass the type. Okay, then the operator which is equal to true. Okay, so if the type is style, then obviously it will filter on the style. If type is the author, then it will filter by author. When it's only true, then we will only get that data. Now I will export this one and we'll say get AI models. Perfect. Now let's go back to home screen, and over here we'll say AI models, and inside that we need to create a new component. So we'll create a component inside the home folder. Here we'll say AI models dot JSX. Add a default template, save it, and make sure to import this inside the home. So you are able to see the new component called AI models. Now to this AI models, I am going to pass a type as a author. Okay, so here you can pass a type as a author. Okay, and inside the AI model will accept it as a prompt, as a type. Okay, now this type in field we need to pass to our API as well. That's the reason we are fetching it, and we are using the same component, okay, for both style as well as for author as well. Okay, so now over here I will pass it as a style. Perfect, and you will see this 2 times. Now we'll create a new method called constant get AI models, and inside that we'll get constant result is equal to await global API dot get AI models. To this AI models we pass the type. Okay, whatever type we pass it from the previous component, we'll make this as a async, and simply we'll console the data. We'll see inside the console we'll get data or not, and this method we're gonna call whenever this component get load inside the use effect. So we'll just call this method inside the use effect and save it. Now if I go back over here, you will see the result. See the AI model along with the whatever the type we pass. Perfect. Now let's save in one state. So here we'll say constant AI model list, set AI model list is equal to use state, and over here we say set AI model list as response dot data dot data. Perfect. Now once you have the list, over here we need to pass the type. Oh, this need to be a result every time I make a mistake. Okay, Now over here I will display it as a type and I will make sure it will be in uppercase. So if you see, now author and style is showing on the screen. We'll give some style. Here we'll say font size is of 20, font weight is of bold, and also we'll give margin top to 20. Perfect. Now under the outer we're gonna use flat list. To this flat list we'll pass the data as a AI model list. After that we'll render the item inside the arrow function, and here we'll display the view. Perfect. Now inside the view, first thing we need to do is to display the image. So we'll add an image from the React Native, the source which is from the URL, so that's the reason we pass URI, and then we'll pass item dot banner dot URL in order to show the banner. Now here we need to provide the width and height. So we'll provide the width is of 140 and height of 180, and also we'll add a border radius is of 15 and save it. So we got an error. Okay, so it's saying item.banner URL has some issue. Let's save it and let's see what is the issue over here. I think we forgot to mention the populate is equal to star in a global API in order to get the media as well. So over here I will add and populate is equal to star, and now if you see we got the result. Perfect, right? Now let's go back to our AI models component, and now we have the all the images. Now we want it in a horizontal format, right? Horizontal scroll we want to add. Just for this flat list you need to provide the horizontal property it as a true, and boom, if you see now it's horizontally and you can able to scroll it. Wow, that's so cool, right? Now let's give some style margin and to this particular view. So here we'll give margin right to 10. Okay, let's give some, let's say 15. Okay, so some gap between this one. Also if you see we have this horizontal bar, you can even remove that bar. Here you just need to provide show horizontal scroll indicator as false, so it will no longer display that bar. Okay, also here need to be bold font weight. Okay, and also for this text I will add a margin bottom to 10. Okay, some gap between this one. Perfect. And we have this list. Now on the top of this image I want to display the name of the author. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply add a text. Inside the text we will display item dot name. Okay, so you will see this item dot name. So this is Supergirl, Superman, Cyberpunk. Okay, and in that type of images you can build it by uploading your own image. Now for this text I will add a style, and first thing we'll do is the so my bad, this need to be a text, and then now we need to add a style. So we'll add a position as absolute, then the bottom to 10, and save it. Now if you see the text is showing at the bottom, I will make the color as colors dot white, and also we'll align the width as 100%. Okay, and we'll make text align to be in the center. Perfect. If you see now it is in the center of the screen. If you want to change the font weight you can do it. I will add a medium font weight, and I don't know why it's not applied, but that's fine for now. But you can change the font size to maybe 15, little bit bigger. Perfect. Okay, and that's how you can add the author. And if you see this in the style as well, you got the style with the same component. Just by passing the different type you got the data as well. So you don't need to create a different component for a style, and in the same way you can create a multiple section. Okay, now over here if you see you are not able to scroll it little bit down right now. This particular complete screen is not scrollable. Now in order to make this scrollable, go to this home.jsx and change this view to scroll view. Okay, So I will just make sure to add this as a scroll view, and that's all, and save it. Now if you see, we got this warning, okay, but we'll ignore it for now. But if you see, now you can able to scroll it, okay. Just below this one I will add a view, okay, and some height. So here we'll say height of 200. The reason is, right, let me close this warning. If you reason is, if you see below to this one, right, we have this what we call tab section, right, and that's the reason some of the data is not displaying on the screen even though it's scroll. If I save it now after adding some white height or just empty height, now you can able to scroll it. See, just make it 100, okay, or you can make it height of this one, and boom, now you can able to scroll it up down and you will see all the data. Perfect, right? Now in order to avoid that warning, right, here you can add an option called nested scroll enable, and you can make it true, and this will remove that particular warning which we are getting initially. So that's how, guys, we design our home screen, okay, as we wanted as per the mockup. Obviously below to this style we gonna show the explore section where the user generated images, their imagination will going to show on the below to this particular home screen, okay. But right now we'll keep as it is, and next thing we're gonna implement the actual logic. How can we generate the image, right? If you click on Supergirl, we are going to navigate to the new screen, and then we are going to add a new UI. Over there user can enter the prompt, they can upload the images, and with the help of AI model we want to generate the images. There is one quick fix we want to do. Currently if you see, we are getting this warning message saying virtually should not never be nested inside. That's because we added this flat list inside this scroll view, right? Now in order to avoid this error, you just need to replace this scroll view with a flat list, okay, and we are going to nest a flat list inside flat list. That is completely okay. So over here for the data I'm just going to show only array of just number 1, okay, length 1, because we just want to show or render the item only once, okay. Inside here I'm going to render the items as an item, and then inside that we'll display a view, and inside the view we'll put all of this data, okay. So I will just add it here, as simple as that. I will format this and make sure, okay, we don't want this scroll view, so I will remove it and make sure to exit this flat list, okay, and everything is good. Now save it, and as soon as you save it, it will refresh it, and boom, now you don't have that error anymore, and everything is as it is. And one more property you need to mention in order to scroll vertically is nested scroll enable as true, and save it. Now if you see, you can able to scroll it vertically, and you can able to scroll it horizontally as well, okay, and you don't have that error anymore. Now once user click on any of this AI model, including this feature, author or style, then we are going to navigate to the new screen called form. On this page, if the AI model is of type text to image, right, we are going to provide the text input where user can enter his prompt, and then on the click of this generate button we are going to generate an image, okay, and then once the image is generated we are going to navigate to the new screen called AI image. On this page we are going to show AI generated image, and user have option to keep this image, or either he can download this image as well. Also if the form is of type image to image, we can say once means a user can upload his own image, and then we can convert it into either different style or avatar, okay, and then once that AI generated image is ready, then we are going to display it on this same screen which we use for this text to image. Now both these form are same, so we are going to use a same screen, only difference is depends on the condition whether user need to upload an image or not. We're gonna change this input, that's all. That's how simple it is, right? So let's go back to your application in VS Code, and let me close all of this tab for now. And first thing we are going to do is to create a new route or new screen. So inside the app folder, we are going to create a new file called form input, or we'll simply say form input, that's I think, and JSX. Okay, and now let's add default template, and your new screen is ready because Expo router is a folder based structure and you don't need to do anything over here, right? And in order to navigate on the click of this particular screen, we need to go to this AI models, because this is the first we'll add the on click method to this particular AI models. So simply I'm going to create a new method called constant on click model, and inside this we're gonna navigate to the new screen. So in order to navigate programmatically, we need to define the router is equal to use router hook from the Expo router, and then simply we are going to add router dot push and the route name. So in this case, route name is just form, this need to be actually capital form input. Okay, and then save it, and then you need to attach this method to this particular view. Now obviously view does not have the on press event, so I will just convert this into opacity, and then we can add on press event. Okay, and I will call this on click method and save it. I think we added a on click to this one. This is the AI models, and if you see, if I click it, it went to the form input. Okay, same thing you have to implement for this featured. So I forgot that this is the component called AI feature model. So let's add that on press event. First we'll add a stretchable opacity and to this one as well, and then we'll add on press event and we'll call on click AI model. And now to this on click AI model, I'm also going to pass this item, okay, the AI model information. And now let's create this method, and we'll accept the item, whatever the item we sent, and let's define the router over here as well. So constant router is equal to use router, and then over here we'll simply add router dot push form input and save it. Now if I click on this one, if you see, it jumped to the new screen. Perfect. Now the another important information that we need to pass the selected AI model information to the new screen, so that it will avoid making new call on this particular page. Okay, so in order to send a parameter, okay, or some value, we need to update this router dot push method. So inside here we're gonna add the path name like this, and here we'll now add a form input, and inside the parameter we're gonna pass the item, whatever the item you want to send it. Okay, and then save it. That's all. Now same thing you need to do on this particular model as well. So over here as well I will add path name, and then I will add the params as an item. Obviously we need to pass item to this particular method. So over here as well, make sure to pass the item and then save it. Perfect. Now even though if I click on any of this model, it will navigate to this form input, and it will also send the selected AI model information. Now over in this form input, right, we need to accept that parameter, whatever the value we send it. So in order to get that, we need to add params is equal to use local search params. Okay, and in order to see the value, let's add a use effect, and inside the use effect I will just console the parameter value as params. Okay, and you can observe the result in a console. So if I go down and save this one, okay, and if I click on, let's say you click on text to image, and boom, if you see, we got the params and then their respective value. Perfect. It means we are getting the information. Okay. Now next we want to add a header like this. Okay. So currently we don't have that header over here, and if I go to this text to image, if you see, we don't have, right? Now in order to add it, first you need to define the navigation is equal to use navigation. It is importing from the Expo router. Okay, because right now it's not visible, because in the tab navigation we already removed the header, or we made the header shown as a false. That's the reason it was not showing. But for a specific screen you can add the header as well. So for that one, first need to add or define this use navigation, and simply inside here you need to define navigation dot, it has a property called set options, and inside this set option you can define header shown as a true, and boom. Okay, now if you want to change uh, the title of this one, right? So here you can mention header title, and then you can give title, so form AI form, or we say AI form, and save it, and boom, if you see, it's changed immediately. Okay, so that's how you can add it. Perfect. And on the click of this back button, obviously it will go to this previous page. Okay, perfect. Now let's implement this view or the UI for this page. So I will add some padding to 20. For this one as well, I'm going to add a background as colors dot white. Make sure to import this color, so import colors from, and give the path from the constant, and save it. Also make sure to provide the height as 100%. Okay, perfect. Now inside this text, first text we want to show the which kind of form it is. Okay, now over here also you can give that name. For example, if you want to change this AI header title to the value which we passed from the previous page, right, the name of the AI model which is currently inside this parameter, right, but you can save it inside the one state set. So we can set it like this, and inside here we'll set the AI model as a params, and for now obviously it doesn't reflect the state once you update immediately, right? So here I will simply say params dot name, something like this. Oh, so this need to be, we don't need this curly braces, and save it. And if you see, it's changed to text to image, right? Same thing I'm going to display over here. Now over here you can use this AI model dot name, because we already set in a state. Okay, let's give some style. So here we'll say style, we'll add a font size of 20 and font weight or to bold. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now over here we are going to add a view, and inside the view let's add a text, or maybe not text, but here we need to add two different inputs. One is the text input, okay, and another we want to add is the image upload input, right? Now in order to add two input, right, either we can simply create two different component, okay, and then we can add it here. So what we can do, inside this component folder we create a new file called new folder called form input, and inside that all the components which is related to form input we can save it here. So here we'll say text input component dot jsx, add the default template, and another input I want to add is image upload in component dot jsx, add default template, and save it. Okay, now once you add this one, let's save it. Now make sure to import this both the components. Okay, so here we'll say text input component. Oh, so I don't know, I think we need to rename this one because same component is there. I will add underscore in this case, okay, just to make it different. So let's import this component. I don't know whether why it's not importing, but we can import it from here. Perfect. Okay, and then we want to add image upload component like this. Okay, and inside here as well, make sure to import that component. And save it. Okay, now you will see both these components is rendering on the screen. Now if you remember inside our AI model, right, if I open any of this AI model record, you will see that we added this option called user image upload, right. If the user image upload is true, then we are going to show only this image upload component. Okay, otherwise if the user image upload is false, then it means it's a text, the particular AI model need a text input, and then we'll only enable this text input component. Okay, so let's do that. So we have a condition, so over here we'll write AI model dot what is the name of this field, user image upload. Okay, so user image upload, and if you want to see the value, because we are already consoling that value, okay, so if you see this user image upload, or we can directly search user image upload, so many of them have false, many of them is true. Okay, so it depends. And now over here we'll say if image upload is true or is equal to or not equal to true, we can say, then we can show text input, otherwise we can show the image upload input. Okay, here we need to add condition question mark. I don't think so we need this one, and save it. I will remove this text, and perfect, right. And if you see right now the only text input is showing. Okay, and I will just format this one and save it, because this is text to image component. But if I open another one, let's open outer one, it's still showing text. That's weird. So let's see why. So if you see user image upload component has the string value is of true, right. So either you can convert this, not sure, but let's add in the form of string, and let's see. Now if you see it's true, and if I go over here, now it's showing text input, and here it's saying image upload. That's perfect. Okay, I'm not sure why it's returning as a true, but right now it's returning as a string format, not in boolean format, but make sure that change. Okay, perfect. Now let's save it, and next thing you need to do is to implement this input component, text input component. So inside the view we are going to add a text which we already have, and here we'll say enter your prompt. Then we're gonna, in order to add a input field, right, here we're gonna add text input from the React Native, and to this text input we're gonna add a placeholder. Here we say enter your prompt here. Okay, then we'll say number of lines to 5. Then we want to show a multi-line, which is, we can say true. Then text align, or let's save it and see how it looks. Okay, so if you see we got this input, let's add some style, and we'll add a padding of 15. Then background color, we can give colors dot light gray, and we'll add a border radius as well to 15. See, something like this. But if you see the text is starting from the center, so if you want to add the top, you can say text align vertical as a top. See, okay. Also give some margin here we'll say margin top. What's happening? Oh, so over here. Oh yeah. And now we'll say margin top, let's say 10. Perfect. Okay. Over here as well, for this text we'll add a style and we'll give margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay. And that's how we have this text input field. Below that we are going to write a text, but we can write inside the form input. Okay, so right now we'll keep as it is and save it. Now inside the form input, before implementing this image upload, over here I'm going to write a text, and over here inside this text we'll write note, and we simply add note that one credit will use to generate AI image. Okay, and save it. See, something like this. Now for that one, let's add a style, and here inside this style we will add a color as colors dot gray. Perfect. Let's give margin vertical to 5, some space. Perfect. And that's how our input section is ready. Now at the last we can add a button. So over here we can add touchable opacity so that we can add on press event to this button, and inside that we'll add a text. To this text we'll say generate. Now generate, okay, that's good. And here we'll add a style, we'll add a padding of let's say 12 for now. Then background color we'll add as a colors dot primary. Then border radius we'll add 15, and margin vertical as 15. Okay, make sure to make it this width as 100% and save it. Okay, now for this text we'll add a style, and we'll make text align to be in the center, but before that make sure the color should be colors dot white, and we'll change the font size to 20. Perfect. And that's how our generate button is now ready, and it's completely clickable. Okay, now if you want to give some margin top, you can add. So here we'll say margin vertical to 30, and if you see, as soon as I enter, you will see this keyboard, okay, open automatically. Now it's up to you if you want to put this button at the bottom or up. Okay, it's up to you how you want to handle that one, or where you want to show it. Now once you go back, and if I open this avatar, because it has a image upload functionality, or maybe an upscale also we have image upload functionality, right? And now we need to implement this image upload component. Now let's go to this image upload component, and inside here here we'll add a text. We'll say add or upload your image. For this text we'll add a style, or I think we don't need to add because this is just a simple text. Only thing we will add margin vertical to 5, and then we'll add a view, or not view but touchable opacity I will add, and inside that we'll add an image. Okay, because we want to add a placeholder for the image from as a source, and over here we'll add require. Okay, because we are going to fetch or display the image from the local, and over here we'll simply add the assets slash images slash upload.png. okay, this new file I added over here, and here we can give width to, inside the style we need to give width to 70 and height to 70, and save it. And this is how it will look like. Now for this touchable opacity we can add a style, and we'll simply add a padding of 17. Then we'll add a background color as colors dot gray, or make it light gray actually, and then border radius to 15 and margin vertical to 10. Okay, also make sure the width is 100%. So this is how it will look like. Make sure to put this item in the center. So I think we can give more padding, something like 50. Okay, and over here we'll make it display as a flex, and we'll make align item, align item to center. Okay, so it will be in the center of the screen. See, okay. Now obviously this is touchable opacity, and on the click of this one we want to open the image picker. Okay, now in order to implement that functionality, Expo provide the image picker library. So if you go to this Expo picker, you will see this not this one but image picker HDK. Okay, and this is the way that you can import it, and if you see this example, on the click of the button it will open the image picker for you. Okay, so copy this npm command, go to your project and simply inside terminal paste it here. Okay, next, once you add it, if you scroll down, you can add this permission. Okay, you can obviously change this permission anytime, but it's better to add it. So copy this. I think you just need to copy this Expo image picker and go to this app.json file. So inside here, if you scroll down, you have this app.json file, and under this plugin section I will add this Expo image picker. If you want to update it, you can update this permission command as well. Next, in order to implement it, this is the simple line of code that you can add it. Okay, so just copy this complete method, go back to your application, and inside this component we can add this pick image method. Now make sure to import this image picker first. So I will import this image picker. I will add it here or not here. Okay, and then call this method on the click of this touchable opacity. Okay, so over here I will add on press and simply call this pick image, and that's all. Now if I click on this image, right, you will see I got this image picker. Right now I don't have any photo, but I will download it, don't worry. Okay, but most important thing that it will open the image picker. You can test this out on a real device as well. Okay, perfect. So I think our form input model is ready. Okay, and if you open any of this model, you will see the change. See, okay, if it's a image upload model, it will enable you image upload. If your text input model, it will open the text prompt for you. Now for the text input, we need to accept the user entered value, right? So over here, or maybe let's Control Z and simply we'll add a on change text method to this text input, and simply it will return the value, whatever the value user entered, and we'll set the user input, or we'll say user input value, and then we'll pass this value. Okay, now this particular method we are going to pass back to the parent component, something like this. Okay, and then inside the parent component, which is our form input, for this text input component will accept the user input value, which is again the value, and then we'll save in one state. So we'll define the state over here now, and we'll simply call user input comma set user input is equal to use state, and then we'll call this set user input as a value. Okay, perfect. Now we'll create a new method called constant on generate, and this method we are going to apply or call it on the click on this generate button. So over here we'll define on press and we'll call on generate method. Inside the on generate, I just want to show that whether user getting the input user enter input or not. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So if I enter a water waterfall in mountain. Okay, and inside this terminal, if I click on generate button, you will see the user input value called a waterfall in a mountain. Cool, right? So that's how guys you can accept the user input and display it on the click of generate. Obviously this user input we are going to pass to the AI model to generate the actual image. Okay, now same thing you need to do for the image upload component. Okay, but before that, if you remember, we uploaded this added this pick image method, and it just consoling the result with this set result. We don't have this what we call uh, state called set image. Okay, so for now I will just comment this one and I will console the result asset URI as it is. Okay, and save it. Now as soon as you upload some image, then we'll console inside with an URI image. Okay, let's do that. Now if I go to this any avatar, for example, where we have this image upload and click upload, let me open this panel, and if I select any image, let's select this image, right? And obviously you have option whether you want to allow edit and or not. I will make this as a false because we don't want this option, and just simply click crop, and boom, if you see we got this URI, right? This whatever the file you uploaded, that URI we got it. Now this URI we need to pass back to the parent component the similar way we did it for the text input. So I just added this as a set image, or we'll say uploaded image instead of that, and I will pass this method back to the parent component with a value, and then inside the form input, inside this image upload component, we have this upload image, and over here it will return the value, and we'll simply set that value in one state. So here we'll say user image comma set user image. Okay, so here to be u is equal to use state, and now over here we'll simply set as a set user image as a value. Perfect. Now here I want to display the user image inside the console, and I will make sure over here we don't have any console. Perfect. Now you can again, if I upload the another image, let's save it, open this image, and boom, if you see we got the image URI inside this, not here but inside this parent component. Okay, so that's how guys we got the user input as well as the user uploaded image and text. Now whatever image we uploaded, we want to show that image under this section, right? So simply inside this image upload component, okay, over here we are showing this image with this required field, but we can define one state. So over here we'll define constant image comma set image, okay, is equal to use state. Perfect. Okay, now inside this one, whenever there is some value, so here we'll say set image with an URI, okay, and save it. Now in this condition, okay, we can write one condition, or maybe we can write another image. So here we'll say if the image is there, so here we'll say question mark, if image is available, then I will show another image tag, otherwise I will show this local image. Okay, and inside this image tag it means we need to provide the source with an URI, okay, and then we need to pass the image tag, something like this, and make sure to close this tag. And over here we'll add a style as width 100%, and height I will add, let's add 300 for now, and let's see how it looks. And if you see after uploading image, if I click on this one, you can upload any of the image, and this is how your image will look like. Perfect, that looks good to me. You can even add a border radius to 15. Perfect. Okay, so that's how you need to add a placeholder for your image as soon as you upload it, right? We can call it as a preview of the image, and once you click on generate, then we're gonna add the logic later on. Once user click on this generate button, we need to call an AI models API so that it will generate an AI image. Now, in order to generate this AI images, right, we need to create an API for our application, so that it will call the replicate API. Okay. Now, Expo providing a new feature called API routes, which will help us to create an API inside our application only. Okay, so you don't need to depends on Node.js or any backend technology. Inside your application, you can create your own API similar like a React or Next.js, where you can create a server side APIs as well. So this API routes is very easy to use. Currently it is an experimental feature and it is available to this Expo router version 3, which we are using. Okay. Now, in order to implement this API route feature, first thing you need to do inside your app.json, under the web, you need to copy this output server line. So let me close all of this tab and go to the app.json file. Now inside here, under this web, you need to add the output as a server instead of static. Okay, and save it. Next, if you scroll down little bit, now in order to create an API route, you simply need to give the file name. Along with that, you need to give plus api.ts. Now Expo automatically consider this as a API routes. Okay, so let's create a new file, and over here inside this app folder, I will create a new file called AI model API. Here we need to write api.jsx. Okay, or you can make it JS just to differentiate. So AI model API. Okay, and obviously it's nothing but the just the endpoint will be the API model. That's all, or AI model, sorry. Okay, now let's create in this API route, which is simple a get call. So I will just copy this line of code and I will paste inside this file and save it. We are using JS, so I will remove this type, and then you need to run this npx expo command into your terminal. So I will add a new terminal and I will just simply create run this npx expo, so it will run this application. So right now we have an error, it's saying plugin is unexpected type object. So if you get this error, that's because in plugin they're saying some expected type object. Let me remove this line of code and let's see. Okay, so over here if I run this one, now if you see, it's showing that use port 8082 because 8081 is already running. Say yes over here, and then it will run your server on this localhost 8082. Now I will open this one and just go to this AI model and click enter. So make sure, okay, so if you see, the name of your endpoint is API AI model, and boom, if you see, we got the response as a hello world, and that's what it's written inside this AI model plus API. See the hello and world. Okay, so it means our get API request is working, or this AI model API route is now working. Now if you want to make this post request, just change this to a post request. Okay, and over here obviously this need to be a result, and whatever the response you want to add it. Now in order to add a replicate API, just simply go to this replicate.com. okay, so go to this dashboard, or you can go to this explorer, and whatever the model you want to use, just open any of the model, because we just want a code. And once you open this model, go to this API section, and under this Node.js, first thing you need to do is to install this replicate SDK. So copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal, let's add a new terminal and make sure to install this replicate SDK. Okay, once it is installed, you just need to copy all of this code. First, make sure to import this replicate. So over here, I will just add this replicate as it is, and then you need to define this initialize this reference as a replicate, but inside this replicate we are going to provide this authentication. Now the API key you will get it inside this replicate. Go to this profile and API token. Inside here you can just copy this API token. You can create a new token if you want anytime, and I will just paste it here. Okay, something like this, and then next if I go back to this page, let me go back to the replicate one, and then we need to add this line of code. Now this is the input which we are going to pass to this replicate run with some configuration if you want to pass it, but right now we'll just simply add this line of code. Okay, now you can just remove this authentication key and you can put it inside a .env file. So here you can give the replicate API key is equal to and paste this key. Okay, and then you can just directly access it using process.env dot the key name. Now over here make sure to make this function as a asynchronize because we are using this await or promise, and then over here if you see we pass this AI model. Now whenever user click on this generate button in our application, right, we are going to pass a model name to this particular request. Okay, so from the request we will get the data first. So here we say constant data is equal to await request dot json. Okay, and once we got this one right, we can add a try catch block. So inside the try block everything we're gonna add like this, and then we'll add a catch block with the exception, and also we're gonna return the error as a E. Okay, and over here inside the input now we can pass the input, whatever the input you want to add it. Okay, so let's say we can directly pass it, actually we don't need to define it over here, but most important thing here we need to get the model name. So here we'll say data dot AI model name, and that whatever the model name we're going to pass, we'll pass to this replicate to run it, and inside here we'll pass the input. So the first input we're going to pass is the if prompt. Okay, whatever the prompt user want to add. So here we say data dot input prompt plus, and along with that we're going to pass the default prompt. Okay, so here we'll say plus data dot default prompt. Perfect. Okay, and that's all. I need to generate the output. We're going to return the result as output of 0. So inside the 0 we'll get the actual URL of the image. Okay, so this is the basic API call to make it to the replicate AI models. Okay, so you have to make sure once you add this replicate you will pass this AI model name, and if you have any prompt or user prompt that you can pass it. If you have any default prompt, that also you can pass to this input config. Okay, let's save it. Let's save this environment file as well, and let's go to this generate button inside this AI models, or not AI models, inside the form input. Now first thing inside the on generate we need to do is to define the data or body which we want to pass. So first thing is the AI model name. Okay, so this AI model name you can get it from the AI model dot AI model name. Okay, which we are getting from the Strapi. Then the input prompt we want to pass. I think we didn't give name as a input prompt only, and this is nothing but the user input we want to pass, and then we will pass the default prompt as AI model dot default prompt. Okay, now we'll simply make a call constant result is equal to await. Then we'll make a we can write the API call inside the global API. So let's go to this global API, and inside here, because this is the local API call, right, so here we need to make constant AI model, or here we'll say AI generate image. Okay, to this model obviously we want to pass the body as a data, and here we'll say axios dot post request, but in this case we need to pass this particular host, okay, and then we need to pass the port number which is running on 8082 slash and name of this model, so AI model, okay, and that's all. Obviously we don't forget to pass the body, which is the data which we are getting from here. Make sure to export this AI generate image and save it. Now inside this on generate button, simply we want to call global API. So here we have one error. Let's see what's the issue. So maybe we did not make a call yet, but let's define it. So here we'll say global API dot AI generate image, and inside that we'll pass this data. That's all. Make sure to make this as a async, and here we'll simply return the result, okay, and save it. And let's test this out. So I will click on text to image. Here you can write a prompt. Here we'll say a girl is playing football on beach, okay, and simply click generate. Obviously currently we are just consoling inside the terminal. So if I go to the form input, and if you see, this is the result, right? Click generate, and right now if you see it's loading, and boom, we got the result, okay. Now if I copy this and go to the browser, just search this one and you will see this AI image, okay, perfect. So that's how you can generate it. Right now for this text input, if I go to the AI model and go to this text to image, we have some default prompt. That default prompt we can remove it, okay. So just remove this default prompt and save it. So for the text to image, you don't need to provide your own prompt, okay, so that you will get the exact result what you are looking for. So again I will go back and make sure to refresh the screen. Now let's try again. So I will go to this text to image. Oh, I think something changed, yeah. And here now we'll say waterfall in mountain 3D render, okay, and simply click generate. Here inside the terminal, this terminal, now we got the result. Just copy this one and we'll paste in browser, and you will see the waterfall which is rendered in 3D. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can generate the image. Now this is this complete setup is for the text to image, but what for the image to generate some avatar and all, okay, that also we're gonna learn in next section. But for now, once we generate this result, right, obviously result is in the 0th element, so that's the reason 0th of 0, and here we're gonna save in one state. So here we'll say constant generated image comma set generated image is equal to use state, and as soon as the image is generated, we're gonna show it on the new screen with an generated image with an option as per our mockup, okay. So once the image is generated, we can show it on the screen. Now as soon as user generated the image, we have to make sure we are going to update the user's credit. Along with, we need to add a new record to the new table or new collection in the Strapi with the user's email along with the AI generated image URL, so that user can see that image later on. Now whatever the image user generated, it is only available for 30 minutes, okay, and after that we are going to remove it because replicate will or it that did not store that image more than 30 to 40 minutes, okay. So that also note we need to mention once we show the image, the AI generated image on the new screen. But before that, as soon as the image is generated, we have to make sure to update the user credit and save it in database. So let's go to our VS Code, and inside this on generate method, we are going to write here. I will just comment this to update user credits, and then we need to save generated image URL, okay. So first thing, in order to update the user credit, we need to update the or add a new global endpoint. We'll say constant update user credits, and inside that we need to pass the document ID along with the data or body to for which the field we want to update. Here we'll say Axios client dot get request, and the get request will be user dot leads, because this is the collection we want to update, and to this one we are going to pass the body, okay, inside this data, something like this, and then we'll update this user, or we will simply export this user credit so that we can use it throughout the application. Now save it. Now over here, in order to get the document ID, right, so this is nothing but the user's document ID. So in order to get it, we already have the user detail context, so we'll initialize that. So here we'll say use context, and here we'll say user detail, or maybe we need to import it, user detail context. So let's import that one. So import user detail context from, and you need to give the path for that one, okay. And once you get this user detail, inside the user detail we already have the document ID. So over here we write constant updated result is equal to await global API dot update user credits. To this one we need to send a document ID. So document ID we can get it from the user detail dot document ID, and then we need to pass the data, okay, which we want to update it. So in this case we just want to update the credits, so I will just add the credits like this, and whatever the credit we want to update it. Now simply, in order to update this credit, you can just write user detail dot credits, okay. I will just make sure the field name, so inside this user list, here field name is credits with a S, so make sure to update in a similar way, so credits, and here as well, and make sure it's a number, so I will convert it into a number -1, okay. So if user has 10 credits, so once user want to means we want to update it, we have to make sure we need to do 10 minus 1, so it will be updated as a 9, okay. And then we'll console the result. So here we'll say update that result dot data. Now here I'm going to maintain one state called loading, and which help us to check whether the we are making any API call or something like that, okay. And in that one we'll set the loading true and false. So on the click of just on generate method, we'll set the loading as a true, and once everything is finished we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, let me go to this any of this feature. So whenever the loading is true, we want to show this indicator, okay, to this generate button. So over here I will add a condition. If loading is true, then I will add a activity indicator component, okay, which will show the loading icon. Here you can give the size, I will add as a large, and you can even add a color as well. So here if you want to add a color, you can add a colors. Let's add just a hash FFF white color, and if the loading is false, then we'll simply show this generate text, something like this, okay. Let me close this, okay, yeah, perfect. Let me format this document and save it, okay. Now make sure everything is correct. Also one more important thing, whenever the loading is true, we have to disable this button so that user will not click on that button, right, and save it, and just make sure this update user credits is correct. And let's make a call now. So here I will write some prompt, waterfall mountain, okay, and simply click generate button, and here we will say this loading indicator. See how beautifully, right? And we got one error. Let's see what's the issue. So it's saying the property user does not exist. So that's correct, because this need to be a user detail, okay, because that's what our context name is. So let's try it again, and we'll try again. Also, one more important thing, we'll add this in a try catch block. So simply you can add this in a try block. So whenever we get some the error something like this, right, we will just set the load as a false, and we'll set the loading false over here and over here as well, and save it. Click generate. So it's still loading, and if you see, it's working perfectly fine. Now you can even see this data. So this particular information is updated with the credits as well. So we'll see the credits information. So actually we just forgot that inside this update user credit, we want to update the record. So this need to be an update call, okay, into the the put call. So this need to be a put call, and also we need to attach this document ID over here, okay. So whatever the record you want to update, that document ID you need to pass along with the body tag, and make sure to update this put request, okay. And obviously you need to pass this document ID and data to this particular endpoint. Let's save it again. Let's test this out. Make sure to not forget that two fields, one is the document ID and one is the credits. Let's save it and let's try again. So I will go to this text to image. Here we'll update something like why playing football, okay, and simply click generate. And now if you see, we got the result along with the credits updated as a 9. If you go to the Strapi and go to the user list, and for this user, if you see, the credit is updated from 10 to 9. Perfect, right? Now as soon as the credit is updated, right, we are getting this information, right? This information we need to save inside our context, or we can update the context as well. So here simply we'll set the user detail along with this result, updated result dot data. So what it will do, it will update the context everywhere inside our application. The most important thing, it will update this particular section, right? Currently if you see, it's still showing 10 because we did not update that context yet. So that's the reason, as soon as you generate the result, you have to make sure you will update the context as well. Let's try this scenario again. So here we'll say fitness coach, okay, and simply click generate, and you will see this beautiful loading indicator as well, right? And the data is updated, hopefully, yeah. And if I go back over here, you will see the credits now is changed, right? So that's how, guys, you need to update the context. Now next thing we want to do is to save the generated image URL, okay. So for that one, we need to create a new content type inside the Strapi. So go to this content type builder, and here we'll add a new collection called AI generated image, okay. Click continue. Here you can add a field. First I will just simply add user email, and we'll add another field for the image URL, okay, and simply click finish. If you want to add more field, you can add it, and simply save it. So it will update our Strapi collections as well. In meantime, we'll add a new endpoint called constant add AI image record. To this one we'll pass the data, and this will be a Axios client dot post request, and the endpoint will get that endpoint. So go to the setting inside the API token, inside our API keys. Here you will see the AI generated image, right? Here we want to create a new, so this is the post request and this is the endpoint. Let's use this one, and make sure to pass data in this format. Let's save it. Make sure to export this one, and inside the form input we are going to simply make a call. So here we say constant save image result is equal to await global API dot AI add AI image record, and here we need to pass the data, right? Now for the data I will define the constant save image data as a constant, and inside here we'll pass image URL, which is the this result of 0 we can pass as it is, because that is the one where from where we are getting the image URL, and then we need to pass the user email. Now for the user email you need to get the user information, so let's get that one. So, or you can get it from the user detail because we already have, so you don't need to add it. So here user detail dot user email. Okay, and now this save image data we need to pass it as a body for this particular endpoint. Now once we get the result, we'll simply console the result. So save image result dot data dot data. Okay, and then save it. Now let's test this out. So go to this text to image. Here we'll say nature landscape 3D render. Okay, and simply click generate. Now it's generating and it's adding all the information. Okay, so we'll wait, and boom, if you see, the new document get added. Okay, so currently the image URL is coming as a null. That's weird. So this is the result. Okay, that's the result, we got it. Make sure inside the result we have the data. Actually, in order to get the result, right, this need to be result dot data dot result, I believe. Okay, because that's how we are getting the information, because right now if you see inside our panel we are getting it as a undefined. Okay, so let's try this one. Here we'll say image, something like this. Okay, and let's save it and let's test this out. So I will again generate this image, and now in this case we got the image. Perfect, right? Now in order to display it, right, either you can define constant AI image is equal to this particular line of code, and then you can use this AI image to save it. So instead of this result of 0, you can pass over here. Make sure at every step you will test everything. Okay, now save it, and now it's time to test it again. I will generate the same prompt image, and the image is generated. Okay, the data is updated for the credits, and I think everything is done. Let's test this out. So if I go to our records over here inside our content type where we have AI generated image, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Now this is the old one because the image URL is not there. I will just delete this one, but the newly generated or latest record, which is this one, along with this image URL. If I open this image URL on the browser, you will see the result. How cool, right? Now this image is only available to 30 to 40 minutes. Okay, so whenever you display this image you can write a note. Okay, because on this particular screen we want to show this AI generated image as well. Now we are going to design this view AI image screen. Whenever user generate the image, we are going to redirect user to this particular screen where user can see the AI generated image. Also, we are going to show the prompt which user entered, and the button, one for the download, one for a share. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and in order to add a new screen we are going to add a new, or we create a new file inside this app folder, and we can call it as a view AI image.jsx, and let's add a default template and save it. You can rename this to view AI image with a V capital, and then whenever the image is generated inside this form input, we are going to redirect user to this view AI image page. Okay, so in order to redirect programmatically, we need to add a router is equal to use route. So make sure this route is importing from the Expo router, is importing from the Expo router only. Okay, this user router is importing from the Expo router, my bad. And then once you have the router defined, at the end over here we'll just simply push the router, means we will navigate to the new screen with a path name as a view AI image, and then the parameters we can send it. So inside the parameter you just need to send a couple of things. Let's say inside the parameter you can send image URL as the URL which is generated, so which is this AI image. Then you can also send the prompt which user entered, so this will be a user input, and I think that's enough. Okay, I think that's all we want. Now let's save it and let's test this out. So I will go to this, let's go to this text to image, and here you can enter prompt. You will say I like mountain with waterfall. Okay, and simply generate it. And as soon as it's generated, you will see this view AI image is redirect to this particular screen, right? Now let's go to this view AI image, and we want a heading or back button that you can add it. So here simply you can add a constant navigation is equal to use navigation from the Expo router, and inside the use effect you can simply add this navigation dot set option, and here you can add header shown as a true. Okay, and make sure your effect will execute only once. Okay, and here you will see the text this header. Also you can change the title of this header. We'll say view AI generated image, or which is a AI generated image. Okay, something like this. That's all. Now whatever the value we got it, we can get it using this params is equal to use local search params, because if you remember we already passed this image URL and the prompt. So I will just console this over here just to make sure we are getting this value, and inside the console you will see the image URL along with the prompt. Now once you have this effect, let's go inside this view and we'll add some style. We'll simply add a padding of 20, and then inside this view we'll add an image, the source and the URL of that particular AI image, so that you can get it from directly from the params dot image URL. Okay, I will add this question mark, and here you will see this image, but obviously here we need to add it URI, because we are fetching from the URL, and then you need to provide width and height. Now here let's add a width as 100% and height of 400, and boom, if you see we have this beautiful image generated, right? Now you can add some border radius to, let's say, 20. Maybe this background is a part of this image, so that's why it look like that. Okay, so just ignore this one, and below that we can add a prompt, so that we will need to add a text. Inside this we'll say prompt, and that prompt we can get it from the params dot prompt. See, over here I will give some style. We'll say margin vertical to 5, font size I will make it 13, and color I will make colors dot gray. Then here we can make 16, little bit larger. Okay, and 10. Perfect. After that we can write one more text, and here inside that we'll write a note that image will available only for next 30 minutes. Okay, otherwise it will get deleted, right? And you can change this color to something like red color. Okay, or let's make it primary. Let's see how it looks. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and that's all. You can change this size. I want smaller. Here I will make primary only. Okay, the for a prompt, and here we can make gray. Perfect. Okay, and then after that we want to add two button. So I will add a view. Inside that we will add a touchable opacity, and inside this we'll add a text. We'll say download, and we'll add another button for share. Okay, now for this download button we'll add a style. We'll add a padding of 15, background color as colors dot primary, then we'll add border radius to 10 and save it. For this text we'll add a style. We'll add a font, not font but color as colors dot white, and text align to be in the center. Okay, I will change this font size little bit to maybe 18. Perfect. Okay, same thing I'm gonna copy it for the share button, and here instead of primary I will give yellow color, and here we'll make this as a text label as a text. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line. So for this view we'll add a style. Here we can make it display as a flex, and then we'll make flex direction as a row. Okay, then we can give gap to 10, and for this touchable opacity we'll add a width of 50%, and same over here we'll add a width of 50% and save it. And also we'll give some margin from the top. So here we'll say margin top to 15. Okay, now this note you can either add below to this button. That will be good actually, something like this. Okay, perfect. And your view image is now ready. Now let's try everything from the start. Now I am on the home page, and let's generate the image. So let's go over here, and here we'll say beautiful, not beautiful but waterfall. Okay, and simply click generate, and boom, if you see, it generated the beautiful image, right, with the waterfall, and we have a button. Now obviously for this prompt, right, I already have the, because I selected the different prompt. Okay, so if I go over here, if you see, this prompt is selected for, I think we need to update our AI model little bit. So if I go to this paintbrush, right, here you will see this default prompt, right. We can remove this default prompt, and you can update it, because we are attaching the AI model with the prompt for the text to image. So here we'll just simply say watercolor painting, loose brush, vibrant color, light and shadow play, and I think that's pretty good. Okay, so that from the next time it will generate this specific image for us. But if I go back to this text to image, and inside that you can just imagine something, cyber, or you can just say dog running in park. Okay, and let's generate this image. So I will say generate, and boom, if you see how beautiful it generated the image for us, and as soon as the image is generated, is redirected to this particular page. Okay, so that's how guys you can generate the text to image, and you can complete the workflow. Not only that, if I go back to the previous page, and here you will see your updated credit as well. Right now you only left with the 3 credits because you generated that much images, right? So that's how it works. And you can always go to your Strapi backend. You can see how many credits user left with, the AI models which you already added, but AI generated image, that how many image is generated. Okay, so if you see the latest image, which is the dog image, but let's see if you can just verify it. Boom, see. Okay, so that's how guys you can implement this text to image feature. After completing text to image, we need to update our line of code so that we can upload the image, and with the help of image we can generate the avatar. The AI model which we are using to build this one is pbuild or build, I don't know what it called, okay, but this AI model we are using. And if you see in a code that for this AI model we need to pass a field name called main face image, and to this field name we need to pass the image URL which you want to convert into the avatar. Now in order to generate the image URL, we need to make sure that image we are storing somewhere, and that's why we are storing all our images into the Cloudinary. Okay, so first thing you need to do, to once the image is selected from the user, from the device, right, we need to upload it to the Cloudinary, and then that Cloudinary image URL will pass to our AI model. Okay, so for that one I'm going to use this Cloudinary React Native SDK, which help us to upload the images to the Cloudinary directly. Okay, so copy this npm command, go to your project and just paste it here so that it will install the Cloudinary. Okay, then next thing you need to do, first I will just move this line of code. So inside this on generate, right, we are using this code to generate the image. And I will just move this line of code, so this try catch block in a different folder. Here we'll say constant text to image, and I will paste it here. Okay, make this as a async, and here I will set the loading as a true. Okay, so here you did not do that, that's fine. And now this text to image I am going to execute only when the our AI model does not have the property called user image upload. Okay, so simply I'm going to write a condition: if AI model is upload is not equal, or is equal to false, we can say. Okay, or we can write a condition, sometimes it's getting string, sometimes boolean. Okay, so here if it's false, then it will generate, or it will call text to image method. Okay, otherwise it will call a new method that we are going to create called image to image. Okay, so this method we are going to create, we'll say image to AI image. Okay, that is little meaningful. Perfect. Now inside this method the same way we have to do it. Okay, but to this prompt we are going to pass, we need to pass a new prompt actually. We can pass it later on once we have the image generate, the image uploaded. Okay, but before that, first thing we need to do is to upload the image to Cloudinary, and then we'll generate AI image. Okay, now from this SDK you'll copy this, go to this uploading assets section and copy this line of code. Okay, I will copy everything and let's paste it here. Let's remove this one, as this is await, we need to make this as a async. Now over here you need to update with the Cloudinary name. So if I go to this Cloudinary and go to this dashboard section, or you can find it here as well. Okay, this is our Cloudinary name. Let me refresh this one, and here you will find this Cloudinary name. Just copy it and paste it here. Then you also need to add this upload present. Now in order to get this upload present, go to this API key, and inside this API key you will see this option called upload present. Okay, click on it and you can create a new upload present. Okay, make sure it is unsigned, the mode is unsigned. Copy this name once you create from here and simply paste it. Okay, and that's all. Now this upload method, you need to import this upload first. So I will just go over here and first import this Cloudinary as well, import statement, and then make sure to add the upload as well. So here we'll simply say upload from Cloudinary React Native. Okay, and save it. I think we need to remove this any, and then we'll just console the response. Okay, and save it. And let's test this out whether we are able to upload the image on Cloudinary or not. Also, before that, I just realized that for a file path we need to provide, okay, and in our case the file path is nothing but the user selected image. Okay, so obviously we set this image we need to pass. Obviously this is a URI that we are passing, so pass it here and save it. And also I will set the loading true, and once it's successful I will just set the loading here as a false. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So I will open this Supergirl avatar model and let's open it and click upload image. We'll get the image picker. I will select this image and also we'll observe the console and simply click generate. It's the emulator is little slow, and boom, if you see, the image is uploaded and we got this URL as well. If you click on this one and open this URL on browser, you will see the image is uploaded and this is this Cloudinary image URL. Cool, right? Now this image URL we are going to pass to the AI model. Once the image is uploaded to the Cloudinary, we need to generate then AI image by passing the URL of the uploaded image. Okay, so obviously this method will come inside this upload functionality, or sorry, inside this callback, because as soon as we get the data we need to display it, and in order to get the URL of the uploaded image you can access it using response.url. Okay, now if you see this API, okay, inside that we have this property called main face image, and I'm going to use same API. We are not going to change anything, but only thing that we are going to add inside this input is this image URL or uploaded image URL, right? And we will call it as a main face image, and that we can get it using data dot, and we can call it as a user image URL. Okay, simply, and save it. Now this user image URL we need to pass over here, but before that here we'll say constant result is equal to await global API dot here I will say AI generate image, and inside that we need to pass the data. So let's define the data. Inside that we need to pass two property, one is prompt and one is main face image. Now for the prompt we are going to pass the default prompt, okay, which we already have inside our Strapi. Okay, so let me refresh this one, and here we'll say prompt as AI model dot default prompt, because inside that default prompt we are actually defining the what kind of AI model we want to generate. Let's say we want to generate Supergirl, right? So this is the prompt which we want to pass along with the image which or image URL which we uploaded, right? So make sure the default prompt field name is correct. So I will just copy this field name just to make sure everything is correct, and then we need to pass the user image URL. So I will pass it as a user image URL. Here I think instead of, we can simply write default prompt. So here we'll say default prompt. Okay, sorry, this one has a default prompt only, so that it will show over here, and then obviously it's nothing is there, the space, and then default prompt, and then the user image URL as a response dot URL. Okay, and let's make this callback async. So here we'll make it as a async, so we don't have that error. And then once we have a result, we'll just console the result. Obviously result contain this result again, so result dot data dot result of 0th element, but we'll keep like this and we'll see whether we are getting the result or not. So here we'll say AI image, and let's test this out. So also I just forgot that we need to add the one more field over here, which is AI model name from the AI model dot AI model name. Okay, and this AI model name we need to pass to this AI generate, or not AI model, but this data we need to pass over here. Okay, and then save it. Now let's select any of the avatar which you want to create. Let's say you want to create a cyberpunk avatar, right? And click upload image. Over here you have option to upload the image, and once you upload the image, simply click generate. So over here I will see generate it. So click generate, and if you see it's showing a loading icon, so we'll wait. Currently the image is uploaded and the AI image is on generating, and boom, if you see we generated this AI image. Perfect. Let's copy it and open it in a new tab, and boom, if you see how beautifully it generates this image, which is quite realistic, right? And it is cyberpunk image for this particular face. See, and it's perfectly matching. How cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can generate this image. Now once the image is generated, you have to navigate to the new screen. So similar like this text to image, right? So I will go over here and I will just copy this line of code as it is, and simply you can paste here, and you can add the path name as it is the image URL. In this case you need to write this one. Okay, or you can say constant AI image is equal to this particular AI image, and for the prompt you can say the name of the model. Okay, or AI model. So in this case we will say AI model dot name. That's all, right? And save it. Perfect. Now if you want to test this again for some other avatar, let's you want to build this avatar for this particular girl, just select it and click generate, and we'll wait. The image is uploaded. Now it's undergoing to building the AI image for us, and boom, how cool, the AI image for that girl is generated. And here you will see the prompt, the image, and option to download and share this particular image. Only one small change I'm going to do on this particular screen. If I go to this view AI image, over here I'm going to add a background color as colors dot white. Okay, and I will give the height as 100%. Okay, so it will be a little fresh background will display on the screen. Okay guys, so that's how you can generate these AI images. Now one more important thing we need to focus is for the AI model, like upscale or remove background, right? We added, or if I go to this remove background, right, or you can go to the explore and just go to this remove background inside this edit. Okay, where we have this remove background, the which we use this one, right? Let me get rid of this one, and for this one we need to add a new field called image. Okay, inside our API. So simply what I did inside this API AI model, right, whatever the image you are selecting and whatever image we are passing, I added one more field like this, and that's all. Okay, second important thing, for the text to image we forgot to move this data, right, inside our text to image. So over here you just move this information so that whenever you make the text to image, it will pass the correct information. And now if you want to upscale the image, let's click on this upscale or upload the image. Now this image is little bit blur. Okay, and if you see this image is little blurry, and if I click generate right now, first thing it will upload the image, and then it will pass this particular image to the AI model. And now we'll wait, and boom, if you see the AI now is more clear along with the all the details. Okay, perfect, right? Now another important thing, let's test another model, which is this remove background, and I will upload the image. Let's remove background of for this particular image and simply click generate, and then it will remove the background, and boom, if you see the background is removed. How cool, right? And with the simple API, okay, because we did not create a different API for a different AI model, but with this same API we use it and we implement all the AI models and running through it. So guys, that's how you can add it. Now another important thing, if you see my credits is went to -1, right? And that is not the way that we want. So that's the reason that is went to -1, because we did not check whether the user credit is greater than 0 or not, right? Whenever user click on this on generate button, so here simply inside the on generate I will check if user detail dot credits is greater than 0, then only, or I will say is equal to 0, then we'll simply return empty, okay. And here we can say less than equal to 0, we'll simply return nothing. Obviously it will not go to the next step. And here also you can show the toast message using toast android dot you can say bottom, and then you can add the message you don't have enough credits, okay. And again you can add toast android dot long message, okay, something like this. So whenever the credit is less than equal to 0, then it will show this message. I think this need to be a show, toast android dot show. And let's go to text to image, let's add some prompt and simply click generate, and boom, if you see we got the toast message saying you don't have enough credits, okay. So that's how it will avoid to generate the images, AI images, if you don't have or you are running out of the credits. Now it's time to download the image. Whenever the image is generated with the AI, we have this download button, and once user click on this download button, we need to download the image from the URL. But before that, we have to make sure that, that our application has permission to save the file. So we need to check whether we have permission or not. If you don't have permission, then we'll not able to download, obviously. But if you have permission, then we can simply download the image in the gallery, okay. So this is very straightforward. So let's go back to our application, and if you remember, we already have all the code written. So whenever the image is generated, so over here, okay, so inside the text to image and image to image, whenever the image is generated with the help of AI, we are going to download the image, or not here actually, we are going to download it inside this view screen, okay. So go to this view AI image, and where we have this download button, and to this download button I'm going to add on click method, sorry, on press method, and here we'll say download image, okay. Now we'll create this new method called download image, and inside that, first thing we need to do to check the permission, and then we'll download the image, okay. So in order to check the permission and download the image, we are going to use the Expo media library, okay. So just search for Expo media library, and also you can search for this Expo file system. Now file system will help us to download the image, and media library will check the permission. So copy this both the commands. So I will copy this first command, and inside the terminal I will just paste it here. Then inside this, once you download this media lite, you need to add this Expo media library plugin. So I will just copy this line of code and simply go to the app.json file. So inside this app.json, under this one we'll add this file, and you can update this one. Here we'll say allow imagine AI to access your app. Here as well I will just update the name, okay, to save photos. And next thing, go to the file system, copy this npm command, and inside the terminal just paste it. So it will install the Expo file system as well, okay. And obviously you can check the document how it works and everything, but we'll do everything from the scratch. So first thing, inside this view AI image, we need to check whether the user has the permission or not. Okay, and that permission will save in a one state called status, comma request, permission is equal to await request permission. Okay, now this request permission obviously, so obviously first we need to get the permission, so which we can store. So here we'll say media library. We need to import this media library, so let's go to this media library import statement. I will just copy from the existing one and you can paste it here. Okay, so here we'll say media library dot permission status, not permission but use permission status. We have to write use permissions, so which will get whether the user have permission or not, and it will save in this status. Okay, now inside this download image I will add a try catch block, and inside the try I will check if the status dot granted, if state is there is a if user don't have the permission, okay, then we are going to request the permission. So here we will say constant permission response is equal to await request permission. Okay, so it will request the permission. Here I will make this as a async, and then if the permission response dot granted is not, user did not granted the permission, then we will simply return nothing. Okay, and we'll just show the toast message dot show. Here we say no permission to download the image. Okay, and here I will add toast android dot short. Okay, if the user don't have permission. If user have permission, then obviously we are able to download the image. But first let's test this line of code. Let's save it and let's go back to our application. So as soon as you click on this download button, you will see this pop up. It's saying you want to allow or not. Say if you say allow, right, obviously these two things it's asking, and once you say allow, now you have the permission. Now over here, if you want to just print out whether you have permission or not, you can check this status inside the console. And if I go to this console and click on download button, now here you will see the access privilege can ask again true, expired never, and granted is as a true. Okay, and that's what we are checking. Perfect. Now once user has permission, we are good to download the image. So over here we can write inside this section only, inside this track block only, okay, for downloading image. So first thing, we need to get the file URI is equal to file system. Okay, we need to import this file system as well. So I will just use this import statement. Sometimes it doesn't automatically import it, so make sure to import it manually. And now once you added this file system dot document directory plus, and here you need to give the file name. That should be a unique every time. So what I will do, I will just get the timestamp, okay, and then I will attach with the extension imagine AI, something like this dot jpg, or you can write png, whatever you want. Okay, so that's how you can give the file name with this file directory URI. Then you'll just get the URI is equal to, it will return the URI await file system dot download async. Okay, and then you need to pass the URL of the image. Okay, so in this case the URL of the image is nothing but the params, because inside the param we have, right, or you can get it from the one which we just use it to show the image. See, param dot image URL, so that I'm going to pass along with the file URI, okay, which we just define over here. And after that we need to save it. So here we'll say constant asset is equal to await media library dot create asset async. Okay, and we'll say image URL or no. So over here I think we need to pass the URI which we define. So this will download your image from the URL, and this will actually store it inside your gallery. Okay, so here I will just write the command use to save in gallery. Okay, and once you define this one, here you can say if asset is true, then we can show the toast android dot show as image downloaded. Okay, and here we'll say android toast android dot short. Okay, otherwise you can say else condition, and we can again show the toast message, but here we'll say internal server error. Okay, something like this, and then save it, and that's all, you are done. And now if you want to test it, just click on this download button. Now it will download it, and boom, if you see, we got this toast message saying image is downloaded. Let's check it out. And inside my gallery you will see I downloaded this image couple of times, and it's showing over here. See the image which we just downloaded. How cool, right? So that's how guys you can download the image from the URL. Okay, now next thing we're gonna learn that whatever the image user generated, we want to save that image to our Cloudinary. Okay, now whenever we generate the AI image, we are saving that record with a replicate AI image URL, right? So instead of that one, we are going to upload that image to our Cloudinary store, and once we get the URL, then that URL we are going to store it. So for that one, I'm going to create a new method called constant upload image and save, and inside here I'm going to copy all of this code for now, and we'll cut it from here and paste it inside this upload image and save. Okay, and just format this document and then make this as a async. Now to this upload image and save, if you see, we need to get the AI image. So here I will get the AI image. Okay, so I will just rename to this AI image, and this AI image obviously is generating from here, so we need to pass. So over here we'll say upload image and save, and we'll pass the AI image. Okay, now nothing gonna change until this point. So right now, as soon as it's generated, it will upload the image, and then it will call this method where everything is as it is. But before this, saving this record into database, here we need to upload the image to Cloudinary storage, right? And for that one, if you remember, we already have the code, right? So if you go to the text to image, we already have code to upload the image in Cloudinary. So everything copy as it is. So this line of code and option copy until this point, and we'll simply paste it here. Okay, and then you need to copy this await upload. Okay, let's copy this point as well, and let's paste it here, and I will just close the tag, something like this. I think we missed one more tag. Perfect. I will just format this document, and if you see, this particular line of code, we are just defining Cloudinary, and then we are using it. Okay, we passing this option, and then once we get this response URL, this response URL is nothing but the AI image. Okay, but over here, instead of this user image, you need to pass this AI image. Okay, so over here I will pass it as a AI image. Then we have option, callback. I think everything is good for now, and let's test this out. So save it and test it out. Let's go to this text to image. Here I will say waterfall and brush painting. Let's try this one and click generate. Okay, so here obviously inside the console you can observe right now it generated with the replicate, I hope so. Then it will upload it on Cloudinary, and boom, everything is done. You will see this beautiful image generated with the AI. But if I go to this AI generated model, let's go to this last record, so which is this one. Okay, and Okay, so I just ascending order, and if you see, this is the record, and if I open this record over here, you will see this beautiful image, which is the one which you just created. Okay, and it is uploaded on Cloudinary. Okay, not anymore on the replicate, because we are now keeping that image in our storage. Okay, so that's how, guys, you can make this small change, because you know that we already have the code to upload it. We are not doing for the avatar, because that's kind of private thing, because user is generating their own avatar and we don't want to expose their face, so I don't want to do it, but you can go ahead and try it out. Now whenever user generate the image and we are going to save in Strapi, we are going to display that image on the home screen under the user creation. And also similar kind of implementation we are going to do for this collection tab, where we are going to show only that particular user created images list. Okay, but on the home screen we are going to show all the users creation. Okay, under this user creation section, where we're gonna show the flat list, and that's where we're gonna show all the list of um, images. Okay, now while implementing it, we are need to consider these three important point. One is we are going to use flat list, then we are going to use a load more option. Okay, because first thing we are going to load just 5 to 10 image, then you once user scroll it, then we are going to show next one, so which improve the performance of your application and which avoid a buffering time. Also we are going to use pagination using the Strapi API. Okay, so let's go back to our application, and inside here let me close all of this tab, and we are going to implement that in a home screen. So over here I'm going to add users creation, and under that we need to create a new component. So inside this component folder, where we have this home folder, we go to create users creation, or we'll say all users creation dot jsx file. Add a default template and save it. Now this particular component we need to import inside this home screen. Okay, something like this. Now inside this all user creation, first thing we need to do is to create a method called get all AI images, and inside this method, which is actually used to fetch all user images. Okay, now first thing we need to do is to create an API. So let's go to this global API, and here we need to write a new method called constant get all users, or let's say all AI images. Now to this particular method endpoint, we are going to pass a page size. Okay, whether how many record you want to fetch initially, and then we'll add Axios client dot get, and obviously this is the same endpoint we are going to use. Okay, and we need to add a pagination. Now in order to add a pagination, if you go to this Strapi, right, which contain the REST API for the sort and pagination, you can even sort the images according to the order, whether you want descending or ascending. But if you go to this pagination by offset section, where you can pass the where from which record you want to fetch first, and how many record you want to fetch at that time, right? So in this case, if you see this example, they fetch 0 to 10. Okay, so that's how you can use it. I will just copy this line of code. Okay, and simply you can paste it here. The start record you need to mention here. So in this case, I will mention the start record is page size minus 5. Let's say you want to only fetch 5 element at a time. So here I will add page size minus 5. It means initially if the page size is 5, okay, it means the first element is 5 minus 5, which is 0, and the limit of the record is the page size, which is 5. Okay, and then make sure to export this one so that you can use it anywhere in the application. Now go to this all user creation. Over here we'll write constant result is equal to await global API dot get all AI image, and inside this we need to pass the page size. Okay, so over here for this method only we are going to pass a page size, and that page size I'm going to use over here. We can just write size just to avoid confusion. Okay, and here we'll make this as a async. Now we need to define the default page size over here. Page size comma set page size is equal to use state, and initially it will be 5. Okay, only 5 record at a time. And inside the use effect, we'll call this method, and to this method I'm going to pass the default page size as it is. Okay, perfect. Also we are going to maintain the state for loading, so I will is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Okay, now next thing we need to do, once we have this all the result, right, we'll just console this result, and here we'll say all images just to make sure we'll see in that result. And if I go back over here inside our application, let's see, okay, we got a lot of data because we just print the result, so we need to print result dot data, and now you will get only the required information. See, inside this all image we got all the list of users generated images. Perfect. Now let's save this in one state. So define the state called AI image list comma set AI image list is equal to use state, and make sure you will pass it here as a empty. Okay, next thing over here we'll set the AI image list, and okay, so instead of this one, first thing we'll save this in one constant. So over here we'll say constant result data is equal to, and this particular data, and we need to use for each loop over here. So for each element, and inside that one now we'll set the AI image list using this previous data along with the spread operator with the previous data comma the element. We need to add each of the record one by one. Okay, this is very important because we are implementing the load more option, and every time when we click load more we are going to call this AI image, and we have to make sure the previous record also there. Okay, next we are going to use flat list to display it. First let's display text, and here we'll say users creation. For this view I will add a style, we'll add margin top to 20, and for style we'll add style font size to 20 and font weight to bold, and save it. Okay, now let's see over here you have this user creations text. Perfect. Now let's use flat list from the React Native. To this flat list, first thing we need to provide is a data, which is the AI image list. Then render the item, so item comma index like this, and inside this we are going to display a view, and inside this view we are going to display the image source, which is from the URI, which is item dot image URL. Okay, now over here you have style. Now for this style, right, we need to calculate the width and the height. Okay, for obviously height I'm going to add as 100% for now, and or we can add some specific height, let's say 250. Okay, but for width we need to calculate the width first. Now in order to calculate the image, here we'll say image width is equal to, so here we'll say, so here we can say actually column width. Okay, and one more important thing that we want to show 2 columns, so here you can give number of column as a 2, and then over here for column width we'll say dimensions from the React Native dot get, so it will get the dimension of the screen, something like this dot width. Okay, and just give like 0.9, something like this. Okay, so because sometimes it go beyond the screen width because we already gave some padding, right, and once we done with this one, then divided it by 2 because these are the number of column that we are providing. Okay, now this column width we are going to pass for this image, so over here we'll add width as column width, and let's save it. And boom, if you see, we got the result. Perfect, right? How cool. Now you can give a gap and everything. So for this tile, I'm going to add a margin to 5. Okay, so it will have a gap, but if you see this image and this image is a little bit different in size. So what we can do, we can give 8 5, and I think that's, let's make it 8 7. Okay, and I think this is pretty good. And also for this particular image, I'm going to add border radius to 55, or not 55, 15. Okay, something like this. See, and how beautiful it's showing. Now as soon as I load it, right, more, obviously everything is loaded over here because we don't have that much image. But at the end of this one, right, we need to make sure we will call our API as a load more option. Okay, now over here for the flat list, it has a method called onEndReach. Once it reach to the end, we need to call get all images method, but in this case we'll give the page size plus 5. Okay, also we need, you can give the threshold when you want to make or call this onEndReach, right? So it has method called onEndReach threshold, and you can mention like 0.5 or 0.7. Okay, and one more important thing, you need to show the loading indicator, right? So for the loading indicator, you can provide list, list footer component. Okay, so inside that one you can just we can make the render footer over here. You can define over here as a constant render footer, and this particular method will return the value, but I will first add it here. And this render footer will simply check if it's not, or if it's loading. If it's loading, then we'll simply return as activity activity indicator from the React Native. The size I will give as a large. Okay, and the color I will give as colors dot primary. Okay, and if activity indicate or else, we'll simply return null. Okay, perfect. And this render footer will execute because we already defined the loading state over here. Make sure to set loading will be enable as soon as you start loading, and once it's done, we'll set the loading as a false and save it. Perfect. Now right now if you see we got this error, that's because we already have a lot of data inside here. Okay, so what I can do, I will add this set AI image list empty initially. Okay, and if I go back, let me clean all of this thing for now first thing. Okay, because there are a lot of images, we just saved it. Okay, and this is not happen in production actually, but right now if you see we have the images. I will just uncomment this now, and as soon as it reach at the bottom of the screen, you will see this loading, and boom, we'll got the more images. See, perfect, right? Now every time we are getting that images because we are passing the same page size, and we only have limited information inside our AI generated image list. Okay, only I think 7 records. See, okay, so that's why it's showing only 7 records, but that's fine, means it doesn't affect on anything. So that's how guys you can load the images. Now once user click on any of this image, we can send user to the view AI image, so user can view this image and user have ability to download the image as well. So it's quite easy. Just to this view, I will change this to touchable opacity from the React Native, and here I'm going to add an on press event. Okay, and here we'll say on image click. Okay, obviously we'll make this call like this, on image click handle, and to this one we'll send an item information. Now let's go over here and let's create this method constant, and here it will accept the item, and we need to define the router first. So over here we'll define router is equal to use router, and we already used this one before, right, in order to navigate on a view AI image page. So over here we'll simply say router dot push. Inside that we need to give path name view AI image, and then we need to pass the params as I think image URL as item dot image URL. Okay, I will just make sure inside the view AI image we are using this image URL as a parameter. Perfect. And we don't have prompt, so here we'll say prompt hidden. That's it. Okay, and I think that's pretty good. Let's save it and let's test this out. So if I open any of this image and click on it, it will redirect to this one, and now you have option to download it as well. See how cool, right? So that's how, guys, you can redirect user to download the image. Now it's up to you. You can add more style to this one. Also, you might have question why we are getting every time, because this is loading a lot. There are another way that you can avoid it. So if I go to this documentation, you will see you can pass this parameter called page initiation with count, and to this one you will get this option, and you can stop the loading when the total reaches its maximum. Now it's time to deploy our Strapi CMS. Inside our application, I also added this collection tab where I'm just fetching the all the images which is generated by that particular user. Okay, because we already implemented the similar functionality over here, but just inside the collection I'm passing user email to just fetch the user's email only. And under this profile section I added this simple menu options and the image. Okay, so everything you will find in the source code if you find any issue. Now it's time to deploy our application to the Strapi CMS, and in order to deploy our application you have multiple choice to select from where you want to deploy it. The first and free resource, which is renderer. Okay, so you can deploy there as well. If you want to know how to deploy render on a render, let me know in the comment section. I will create a new video on it. Today we are going to use a Strapi cloud to deploy our application. They give you a 14 days of free trial and the paid option also available. So it's up to you if you want to try this out. Okay, but Strapi cloud is more convenient and very easy to integrate, because we are using Strapi CMS, and so Strapi cloud is taking care of everything once you use this Strapi cloud. Otherwise, another option is Heroku as well. Okay, which is paid. So first thing we need to do is to deploy this Strapi backend to the GitHub. So go to this github.com. So I will just go to this github.com and create a new repo. Here we will give repo name as a imagine AI admin. Okay, and you can make this private, public, or private. I will make this as a public for now, or make it private, I'm not sure, but let's create a repo. Now once you create this repo, copy this remote origin and go to this Strapi backend, and I will add a new terminal over here. Let's clear this one and initialize the git. Once you initialize, make sure to add this origin, then add all the documents, means using git add space and commit the changes. Then you can push these changes. As you are pushing it first time, you need to push with this command, and boom. Now if I refresh this one, our repo, you will find everything over here. Okay, automatically all the details you will find. Perfect. Now next thing, go to this Strapi cloud, okay, which is fully managed cloud hosting for our Strapi project, and you can ask for the free trial. I'm not sure, okay, but yeah, it's quite easy. And let's just click on this get started for free. If you don't have an account, create a new account. Then over here I will say back to the projects and click new projects. Okay, here you have option to get started with the 14 days free trial. Then you can select the repo where you just hosted, right? In this case we hosted on GitHub. I will just authorize my GitHub account with them, and once you log in, you will see this connected repository where you will find all the information. So select the account, appropriate account, and then here you will can select the repo. Just now we push it, which is Imagine AI admin panel. Okay, then display name. So here I'm not sure, but here we can give the name of its Chief name. I gave it the Git branch, which is main. You can select the region which is nearest to you. So in this case I'm living in USA, so I will select the USA. You have more advanced setting, okay, and simply click on create project. And I'm not sure whether we need to include environment variable over here, but we'll just click on create project. And now it's loading. You have to make sure once the project is deployed, you have to create your own first admin user, okay? Otherwise someone will create and you cannot access. So make sure they already mentioned that you have to create the admin first, okay? So right now I think it's deployed. We'll wait. And right now if you see, it's showing all the log. Currently it's under the building stage, and I will pause the video and we'll wait for to complete the build. And boom, once it's deployed, just refresh the screen and you will land on this screen. Also go to the settings and make sure under this variable section you will add all the variable from your environment variables, okay? You don't need to add this secret key or API key because it's already there, but you need to add this database keys and the cloudinary as well, okay? Make sure you will add it one by one along with the name and the value, and once everything is done, make sure to trigger this deployment. And then once the deployment is successful, you can click on this visit app and you will land on this authentication page. Now we already have email password for this one, so I will just log in, and then once it's login, you will see all your details is there. Whatever you added into from the local or in development environment, it is also available in the production environment as well, and you don't need to add this all the data again and again, okay? So that's how easily you can deploy with the Strapi cloud. Now if you want to know more about how can we deploy it for free on the different cloud service like renderer, let me know in the comment section. Now once you deploy it, okay, what you need to do, you need to get this API, or sorry, this URL, go back to your application. So let's go to this global API, and the base URL we need to change it to, I will just comment this one because we want that in local environment, and I will paste it something like this /API, okay? And now this is our base URL and everything will be as it is. We are not going to change anything because we already set up. Let's save it and let's test this out. And once you update it, you will see the change. If this particular URL doesn't work, it means your API key, which we get it from the Strapi, you need to update it within the production environment, okay? Just simply go to the API token and add the production environment key, and then it will work, okay? And right now if you see, everything is working smoothly and as it is. So that's how guys you need to deploy your Strapi backend so that in the production this app will work smoothly. Now it's time to build our application, and right now in this section we are going to build an APK for our actual device so that you can share the APK and user can install the APK file directly into the actual device, okay? There are some of the steps you need to follow. So if you go to this site called Expo documentation obviously, and in just search on Google Expo export APK file, you will land on this documentation. I will keep in the link in the description. Now APK file will be helpful if you want to install your application directly on the device, okay, without from the Play Store. Now first thing you need to do to create this eas.json file if you don't have. So just go over here, and if you see we have this eas.json. If you don't have, make sure to add it, and then just extend this one, and I will copy this all the build and everything, and I will go back and paste it here. Okay, something like this. I think we don't need this submit production. I think everything is good. Okay, along with the CLI version. Now here you need to make sure the build type is APK, and you have under this preview. That's good. Then next thing you need to do, you can just run this build command. So I will copy this build command, go back to your project, and simply run this command. Simply run this command and you will see that your build will start. Now on this particular URL you can see your build, okay, but obviously for that one you need an Expo account. Also, if I go to this project, you will see a lot of projects in my dashboard, but currently this project is running on. This is the project which is currently building, and if you see, the status is showing as a build in progress and it is running. Now once it is done, you will see the download button for the APK, which you can download it and then you can share with your friends. I will put the link of this particular application of APK in the description so you can test this out.